Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1.
He goes second two! Oh my goodness!
Gish went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes down!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
Just see that steering wheel and put that hurts.
Bunty is somehow keeping it on the track surface! It's a spectacular drive and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, and everything else in between. Welcome back to Sector 1 Sim Racing live and large here on the YouTubes. My name is Carbon Boy, and I will be your comms person for this evening. Joining me for the first of our two 90-minute approximately endurance races here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife in the lovely rolling green hills of Germany. My race director tonight for the first race is none other than the Kraken Esports team owner himself, Mr. Bumcrack. Good evening, mate. How are we?
I'm all very well, thanks, mate. Yeah, looking forward to tonight. This is a tough race, and it's very important. There's a bit of qualifying at the start here too.
Can confirm it is quite tough. I had a bit of a back-to-back last week, going straight from racing straight to up here to the comms box. So I've got myself much more comfortable this week, as I do have a double header of presenting. So my apologies in advance to all the viewers at home. You will be stuck with my voice for the next few hours. But if you can put up with that, I think we shall have a pretty good evening of racing tonight. Now we will take a quick look at the track map. I don't have any points graphics for you all this week, but you can see those by heading to our website, which you can find a link to that in our description. And you can check out the points for yourself there. So our track map here of the Nürburgring Endurance. I don't have one for our qualifying track, which is the Nürburgring GP Sprint track, but suffice to say it's very short. It's a little bit boring, so we won't worry about that too much. So the endurance track is the Nordschleife itself with the GP Sprint track tacked on to the bottom. It's interesting to say the least. So we're going to have a 10-minute qualifying on the sprint layer, and then the race itself will be 11 laps, which does take approximately 90 minutes, so that gets us near enough to our hour and a half length. So as always, it's 3 times tyres, 4 times fuel, refuel rate of 3 litres a second. All tyre compounds are available, and there are no compulsory tyres. Now you can probably see on the strategy that the hard tyres are there. I don't think anybody is going to bother using the hards, because around here all these cars will run out of fuel long before the longevity of the hard tyre comes into effect. So I think the mediums and the softs are the only viable really viable options. And in what order and in what combination is to be determined. I was quite intrigued last week by there was a couple of drivers. Revs is the first one that comes to mind, running a multiple soft tyre stint. Obviously, I think he finished third, so he got himself onto the podium with the alternative strategy. So it's certainly viable. You just need the right execution to pull it off, and I suppose a little bit of luck when it comes to not coming out in traffic and or getting held up, because it is quite tough to pass here on the Nordschleife.
And a lot of track requires a lot of luck.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of praying going on, I can imagine. So again, we don't have any points to skip to, so what do you say, Mr. Bumcrack? We just kick straight into qualifying.
These guys are looking and raring to go.
Excellent, excellent. And there's been no issues in our practice starts?
No, everyone's been very well behaved and very quick.
Excellent, that's what I like to hear.
Yes. There are going to be some rather incredible times around the Nordschleife, I imagine, tonight.
Yeah, we did see, what did we see? An 801 on the medium tyres last week?
Yes, we did. Final lap from the LX1 man.
That's the one. Blind man setting the 801, so I'm fairly confident that we will see a sub 8 minute lap tonight. So kicking into qualifying, which is brought to this round, Cat 2B, brought to you by a Box of Beauty. One of our first car out on track is one of my teammates, Lenosis, in the APR Motorsports McLaren. Sliding a bit wide there through the arena with his bright pink wheels. Oh no, here we go. GD7 doing GD7 things. Oh no, it's all confused right now.
Yes.
I think we're just going to have to wait for him to go through the first sector split to let the timing sort themselves out, because apparently Boy Bagum is first out on track, but I am slightly skeptical about that.
Way back.
Alright, so we'll go back to, there we are, Lenosis is first out on track, followed by the Dadson team owner himself, Dadson, in the gorgeous blue and black Harvey's sponsored Peugeot. Next up on track is Sneaky Stevo in the Jamco Racing Ferrari, sounding exquisite as always. A little bit of extra TV time there for my man Ricky Bobby in the black-wheeled McLaren for APO. Followed up by D. Reed for Doghouse Racing in the... Okay, this is going to get a little confusing for me tonight. We've got two black and blue Peugeots.
Yes.
Oh boy, here we go. Getting flashbacks from all the green cars. And Black Rose and Hoon Corp last season. Here we go. Deja vu. Next out on track, we've got, well, speak of the devil, Danico for Hoon Corp in the Hoon Corp Peugeot. Rather distinctive yellow and blue colouring across the bonnet. Then we've got, oh, well, couldn't be more ironic here. We've got Black Rose, represented by Morgan Davies. He's having a bit of an up and down season so far in the Porsche. But I think he'll be very keen to solidify a good result here tonight. We've got the Thunder Esports team owner, Thunder Artsy, the beautiful pink and black McLaren. We've got, speak of the devil again, it's a blind man, the Mr. Quick from last week. He is stepping in tonight for Jamco. I believe he is filling in for... I have had a sudden mental blank. He's stepping in for Tinder Ags, who was unable to make it here to the Nurburgring tonight. I'm not entirely sure why, but it is what it is. We'll see if Blind Man can pick up some decent team points for Jamco. Then we've got Greg's representing Symmetry in the shiny silver McLaren. Big J also for the... Where are we? We've got Hodes for Huhnkorp and Peugeot. It's rather difficult to get everyone in this very short lap we have available. And Big J driving for Lightning Motorsport in the beautiful green and black Peugeot. And I believe that just about covers everybody off. So we've got Lenosis currently sitting on pole by 3 and a bit tenths over Thunder Artsy. The two McLarens, 3 McLarens at the moment, up the top with Ricky Bobby in third. Lenosis is also a couple of tenths purple again. So we'll see. Ooh, he's getting all kinds of squirmy going through the chicane there as he's sideways into pit lane. And he's into the pits for a fresh set of boots. See if Morgan or Artsy decide to follow suit. Both of which do. And Ricky Bobby slapped himself onto pole with a 125.875. Pips his teammate by 13 thousandths. Doing very well there is Sneaky Steve-O, currently in P3. He's opted to stay out. Might have sensed that he was on to a pretty good lap there and didn't want to waste it. Or he could have been like me and decided that you'll get enough laps on a set of tyres in qualifying here on the short track, and probably not worth wasting the time going into the pits. But I guess that's more of a driver choice kind of thing. What are your thoughts there, Bumcrack? Would you, or did you opt to pit?
I did actually opt to pit, and I generally don't. Yeah, a track-for-track basis, you sort of have to take it on. I really wasn't going to on this track, but I decided to do it anyway. and I had a pretty ordinary qualifying run.
Fair enough. Fair enough. As Sneaky Steve-O's decided to chuck it into the pits. We've got RC's out on his outlap. Morgan Davies on his outlap. Blind Man is on his outlap. Dadson is in the pits. Boy Bagum is having a very big slide there. The 2 Black Rose Porsches are running nose to tail on the track at the moment, so there could be a little bit of team cooperation going on here, with him potentially giving a slipstream to his teammate Morgan, who is just ahead of him on the grid at the moment, as Boy Bagum slots himself into P6, less than a tenth of a second behind his teammate, as he gets all kinds of squirmy coming out of turn 1 there. Very, very goes, ooh, it's bold, a big wide coming through the Mercedes arena section of the track. Morgan Davies bowling a bit wide as well. Blind Man is putting in a very decent qualifying result, as he is currently purple. I wasn't suggesting he was putting in that decent of a qualifying result. I was just thinking more it's he's a Cat 2 driver sitting in P7 in Category 1, and he's gone purple. So we might just stick on board with him.
And I believe he qualified at 26.8 in his round.
Oh, there we go. Ricky Bobby's into the pits. Still holding on to pole position. As Blind Man absolutely launches that Ferrari, coming over the curbs through the final chicane. As I am actually struggling to remember the name of that chicane, which I really should know.
Oh, improves.
I call it a lot of names, but none of them are very nice, and none of them are is its correct name. Checking back in with my boy Lenosis, he's just gone 1/10 purple. And he's right behind his teammate on track, Ricky Bobby. He's He's right behind him on the grid. He's right behind him on the track. Let us possibly jump on board, ride with him, as he is now 2/10 purple. Could be in for a mid 125 lap. Still rocking that gorgeous blue and orange race suit. That one was actually designed last season by yours truly.
Nice.
No bias in my assessment of its aesthetic goodness. Oh, he did have a bit of a dodgy last sector there. He dropped 2/10 and Morgan Davies slaps it onto pole position with a 125.7. This will be the dying moments of qualifying. I think this might be the last lap for many.
This should be.
Artie's sitting pretty in P4. Blindman has improved massively up to P5.
Well, notice this is 0.4 purple in the first sector.
Oh, that is brutally quick. Just seems that last sector might be the area. Oh, did I just see Blindman was purple? Oh no, Blindman is off the track. He was purple and then put it off the track into the Dunlop corner.
More of a bruised purple.
Hairpin. Very, very bruised. There we go. Ricky Bobby's let Lenosis go on through. 2 and 3 respectively. Could Ricky Bobby potentially give him a bit of a push down the main straight if required? Can Lenosis do it? He does! A 125.6 to knock Morgan Davies off the front of the grid. Ricky Bobby unfortunately can't knock him off the front row, but there is a mere 0.08 between the two. So very, very tied up the front end of the field. It's only a couple of tenths between them. Just having a look through, I'm pretty sure... Oh wait, no, there's Greggs as he's coming across the line. He does improve with a 127.86. I believe Greggs is also a fill-in driver for tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Could be mistaken, I quite possibly am. But anyway, let's have a look at a quick recap of the qualifying results, so we won't hold these drivers in suspense for too much longer. So, we have on a pole position with a blistering 125.607 is Lenosis for APR Motorsport. Joining him on the front row is Morgan Davies in the Black Rose Porsche. Second row of the grid is occupied by my man Ricky Bobby for APR Motorsport with Artsy for Thunder Motorsport. Fairly solid performance from the McLarens here. We've got 3 in the top 4. Then we've got the third row of the grid occupied by the feisty Ferraris of Sneaky Stevo for Jamco and his teammate VTX Blindman. So that could be very interesting at turn 1 as to what the team orders are in regards to who gets what. Fourth row of the grid, we've got the Dadson team owner, Dadson and Boy Bagum in the Black Rose Porsche number 2. And on the next row of the grid, we've got Big J for Lightning Motorsport and Danico for Hooncorp, both in the Peugeot RCZs. Sixth row of the grid is D. Reed, also in the Peugeot of Doghouse Motorsport, with the McLaren of Greggs for Symmetry. And bringing up the rear of the fields is Hodes in the Peugeot RCZ. So, people in the chat, good evening everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'd just like to hear your podium predictions. No particular order, but top 3. What are your thoughts? Is it going to be a replica of qualifying, or do you think the Nordschleife is going to claim some victims tonight? Remains to be seen, but it is a very, very brutal place. Got to be concentrating absolutely on point for the entire time. And you've also got to be very, very conscious of changing conditions, because while it can be very bright and sunny on one part of the track, I found out the hard way that if it's a little bit dark and cloudy, especially on the first sector of the Nordschleife, which, if I can pronounce the name correctly, through the particular sections of Hatzenbach, pretty much all the way to Flugplatz, that section of the track gets very, very slippery in the cooler conditions. And I had well, I'm saying it gets slippery. It could just be, you know, a skill issue, an operator error. But I had a few offs in that sector.
My room just wasn't prepared.
Oh dear. GT7 doing GT7 things again. Why am I not surprised? Sometimes we did have some issues with it last night. Just doing some fun races last night. The lobby would just get really hung up on the being prepared stage, unfortunately. But that's okay. That gives us some more time to
redo it. Oh no, something.
Got some time to check in with the people in the YouTube chat. Good evening, Revs. G'day, Captain Muffin. Hello, Debrev and Wartime. There's an Aussie sim racing in the house, as well as Mr. Stranger. Hello, Grovel. I do believe a happy birthday is in order to you, mate. I hope it's been a good one for you. Hello, Mr. Dale Teeks. And we've got some podium predictions. We've got top 3 from Revs being Lenosis, Morgan, and Dadson. Dale Teeks reckons Artie, Ricky Bobby, and Morgan. There's some consistency with Morgan Davey finishing in the top 3 tonight. Grovel is curious about there being some rain here tonight. I would genuinely love to see that myself, because that will definitely open up a whole new realm for these guys. Will make things definitely very spicy, especially if they happen to get a little bit caught out after the pit entrance, because being, you know, 20-something kilometers long, if you miss that pit entry, you've got a long way to go on racing slicks in wet conditions. So it could be almost terminal for you if that happens, but you know, that's the nature of racing. That's the way things go. Fortunately, just kind of got to roll with it, be quite flexible, and be able to have a plan of what your strategy is going to be, and then be completely prepared for that to totally fly out the window and you just wing it and make things up as you go along. Which, to be honest, that's pretty much my basic race strategy every single week, aside from drive fast, don't crash.
I've still got to do 2 more changes, haven't I?
I think once you boot it up, it should be fine.
Okay, because they're not going to like it.
I'm liking the sound of this. I have got the curtains here in the comms box closed, so I cannot see the weather conditions outside. Oh. Well.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. Things are going to get very, very spicy indeed, because it's a little bit moist. It is, well, it is, it is very, very moist here at the Nordschleife, so, I hope everybody's got some wet weather tyres, because otherwise it could be, it could be disastrous for people, and I think this has definitely thrown a spanner in the works for some strategy for some people. I can almost see Zero Turn Motorsports team owner Woody salivating at the thought of this from here. He will be absolutely cursing that he is not in this particular race, because he is a massive fan of the wet weather conditions, and he would love to be out there right now, but unfortunately he is not going to be in this race. Okay, so I probably should mention, spoiler alert, due to the unfortunate withdrawal of one of the Zero Turn Motorsport drivers, they were unable to continue for the rest of the season. The team owner, Mr. Diswood himself, has put his hand up and has requested to be able to drive, so it is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Woody back to the Sector 1 driver status. Long time supporter here at Sector 1, and also a big advocate of the hashtag DS5 gang, being a controller user and very, very bloody good at it, if I might add. So, how are we tracking there, Mr. Bumcrack? Are we looking good to go? So that I can...
we're on our way. We've just got waiting. We were waiting for a few guys just to log in, but I've got them now.
That's good.
Just got to get the last ones.
Rightio, so everyone in the YouTube chat, strap yourselves in. It's going to be very interesting, because it is absolutely bucketing down here at the Nordschleife, and I am checking out the weather radar, and there is, wow, the weather scale goes from a light blue being light rain, all the way through to a yellow, pink and purple being heavy rain. Suffice to say, the weather radar is saying that there is a lot of green with patches of yellow and pink with some splotches of purple, so there's just a lot of patches of heavy rain everywhere here. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Bumcrack, we shall kick these guys off.
Okay, we're still missing one, I think. We are good to go.
Excellent. Let's get this started. I am excited because it's wet. Will we see chaos? Will we see people behaving themselves? I genuinely hope it's the second one. I don't really like seeing chaos all that much, but
No.
well, it's certainly exciting, but I would prefer to let really good racing be the excitement. As we've got the drivers lined up on the grid, ready for their rolling start.
It is bucketing down.
Which, in these wet conditions, I'm pretty sure that they would much prefer the rolling start over trying to get a launch going. And that's and we are under green light conditions here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Lots of very tentative drivers coming into turn one here. All very, very gingerly tiptoeing around the outside. There is Sneaky Steve-O. Oh, as Artsy has got it all kinds of crossed up. I think...
Held it together.
Oh, I think Blind Man might have just saved Artsy from going off into the weeds there, as Artsy was all kinds of crossed up and ended up going into the side of Blind Man. as visibility here would be absolutely near zero, as I see Ricky Bobby getting all kinds of sideways. Sneaky Steve-O makes a sneaky move and gets himself up into P3. Blind Man is right on the heels of Ricky Bobby, looking for a way past into the final chicane. Nothing doing there, unfortunately. Oh, he really wants it onto the Nordschleife. Oh, big bump into the back of there.
Oh.
Just to give you an idea of what visibility is like, let's jump on board the Ferrari of Sneaky Steve-O just to see. Alright, there you go. So you can have a driver's view of what is going on. As we can see, Morgan getting all kinds of crossed up through that first sector. That sector I mentioned earlier, the Hassenbach, Hokkaiken. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that.
Good luck.
Yeah, Hokkaiken. Meanwhile, there's fluent German speakers out there who are absolutely cursing me right now. So yeah, suffice to say, visibility is not great. As I swear I just saw Steve-O get an armful of lock at about 200k an hour.
He did.
In the wet. That will make a certain part of your anatomy pucker up. They come up over Flugplatz. Into Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. Sorry about the terrible German accent, it just automatically comes in when you try and pronounce these words. As this battle for P1 is getting very, very spicy as Morgan makes his way past Lenosis, gets himself up. Oh, no. Lenosis says, I'll have that back, thank you very much. Very fast downhill section through there. Which is, yeah, look, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Adenauer Forst into Metzgersfeld. Very, very passionate up the front here between these top three. Lenosis, Morgan and Steve-O have just gotten a little bit of a gap over Ricky Bobby in P4, who has a Blind Man and Artsy right up his rear bumper. Just a little bit of a conservative gap back to Boybagum in P7. Less than a second there between Artsy and Boybagum, so I think Boybagum's happy to just sit back on the back of these three guys in front of him.
Small mistake there from Ricky Bobby's VLX blind man pass.
But Blind Man's got himself up into P4, doing very, very well for a Cat 2 driver.
He certainly is.
It's a bit of a gap back to Dadson in P8, who's got to read for company. So the two blue and black Peugeots are running line astern. There will be minimal confusion, I am sure. Cough. Both cars are absolutely gorgeous, by the way. Just the same model, being very similar colour schemes. Look, I'm easily confused.
There's been a big incident.
Oh dear, Morgan Davies has had a massive moment.
Yes, Sneaky Steve-O was involved there, I think.
Let's see if we can catch that on our LJ Media Action Replay.
That was a big one.
So Morgan Davies. Oh, there's. Look. Well, actually, I can't say that. I can't say I'm not a steward because I kind of am, but I'm not going to be a steward. I'm just going to say that there will probably be some stewards involvement in that particular incident.
I dare say there will be. We'll keep our commentary hats on though, and move on from there.
100%. I am not going to touch that, as I am having some audio issues here at the moment, so please bear with me.
Oh, Sneaky Steve-O's getting a bit of grief here from Ricky, Bobby and Thunder. Artsy. Oh.
Alright, where were we? So, just...
Sneaky Steve-O's escaped a little bit.
There's a blind man's got himself up into P2.
And harassing for the lead.
I'm sorry, this guy's a Category 2 driver.
He certainly is.
Can we kick him up to Cat 1 so we don't have to deal with him?
I'd love that. Right about now, I'd love that.
Yes, your championship fight, I'm sure, is having its challenges, I would imagine.
Well, he's certainly got himself closer there with the fastest lap and the win.
Yes, and the double points, it is worth mentioning. Yeah. This is our endurance round, and double points are definitely on the card.
Yeah, so he did quite well last week, which has closed the gap up quite significantly.
Rightio, I have my audio back up and running perfectly. A little bit of work there required on the mixer desk here in the comms box. When I say a little bit of work, I had to get out the stick and slap it a little bit. So Lenosis is still in the lead at the moment, lap 1 of 11, so still a long way to go. I don't think we will be seeing a sub 8-minute lap anytime soon.
No, but there are some different tyres out there on the road.
I was just about to ask about that. Obviously, it's not going to be a case of soft or mediums because that would be somewhat suicidal. But what's the mix of the inters versus the full wets? How are we looking there?
We've actually got Lenosis up the front on intermediates. And none of these are worn at all. Linemen on full wets. Sneaky Steve-O on intermediates. Ricky Bobby on intermediates, Thunder Artsy on full wets, Dadson on intermediates, Danico's on wets, Bobby Begum is on on intermediates, Big J's on intermediates, Morgan Davies on the full wets, Jay Reed's on the full wets, Greggs is on the full wets, and Hodes, oh well, you want to hear crazy, he's on the softs.
Big J and Morgan Davies are in the pits because, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the sun is out, and there is a very dry line, very visible dry line starting to form here on the track, or on the Nordschleife. Skipping back up to
very thin dry line.
On the back section there, just coming into the end of the lap through Tiergarten. I did notice a very distinctive dry part of the track forming, but as we're back here onto the GP track, you can see there is still a mammoth amount of spray kicking up, even though now you can see the sun is out and the track will start to dry. But I did manage to get some wet weather testing in prior to my race last week, and discovered that if you could make the inter tyres work in the torrential conditions, they would serve you a little bit better in this scenario over the full wets, because they'll handle the drier track a little bit better than the full wets without burning up as fast. So
it's quite true, you just got to go looking for the occasional wet bit of road.
Indeed. So if you can survive the part where the wets are the better choice, this part right now with a drying track, the intermediate tyres will serve you a lot better. And you were saying, so Blind Man is on the full wets?
That's correct.
So versus Lenosis on the intermediates. I can't help but feel that Lenosis might just have the tyre advantage over Blind Man.
I think he will.
But that remains to be seen. So the gap is near enough to a second at the moment. So we'll check back in on that a little bit later. We've got Ricky Bobby still lurking there or thereabouts, a couple of seconds back in P3. Here we go, shout out to Dadson, who's up into P4 at the moment, but that may not stay that way forever because there is a Boy Bagum tacked onto the back. And I'm not sure if he's looking for a way past or whether he just wants to sit behind and try and conserve some fuel at this point. At the moment it looks like he may just be looking to sit behind and save some fuel. I'm not sure how economical that Porsche is, but I imagine not good is the answer. People in the YouTube chat, those of you who drive the Porsche this season, is it good with fuel? Is it not so good with fuel? Let me know. I mean, I did my own testing before the season and I thought the Ferrari was not good on fuel, and clearly that's probably an operator error kind of thing.
You've got to learn to caress the Ferrari.
Okay, so you can't just grab it by the scruff of the neck and throw it around.
No, she doesn't like that much. She's got a bit more class.
Turns around and slaps you back, does it?
Oh, yes. Like all good Italians, she won't take any proverbial from anyone.
Yes, gets very angry when you do too.
Yes, they should.
So, Boy Bagum Dadson sitting P5, P4.
Dadson's running a bit wide.
The other blue and black Peugeot sitting in P6. He's got a little bit of daylight between himself and Greg's, who's currently in P7. He's got a Sneaky Stevo who is looking very racy going on by. I believe Sneaky Stevo has done a sneaky pit stop. Can you tell me what tyres he happens to be in? Or be on?
Sneaky Stevo is actually on soft tyres.
There we go. He's pulled the trigger early.
Yes,
He's
desperately trying to stay on the dry line.
Yes, I think with that Ferrari on the soft tyres on a slightly wet track, I kind of got the feeling that you do not want to touch the curbs as he gets all kinds of crossed up there trying to stay on that dry line. As he is very rapidly closing in on the back of D. Reed for Doghouse Motorsport. Will have the tyre advantage of being on the softs as opposed to the all-weather tyres as he goes onto the wet part for the overtake. Very brave. Very brave. Especially when these guys are doing what, 230, 240k an hour through this section?
And there's still quite a lot of water on the wet parts.
Sneaky Stevo's looking to make hay while the sun shines, so he's pulled the trigger, he's gone onto the soft tyre early. He'll be looking to make up as much track time as possible. He's currently near as makes no difference 30 seconds down on Lenosis, so I feel that Lenosis will be into the pits at the end of this lap because that track is starting to get very, very dry. Morgan Davies, I believe he took a pit stop as well at the end of the first lap. Is he on the racing softs as well?
Morgan Davies, no, he's still on the intermediates.
Oh, okay, so he hasn't pitted.
No, and they're looking a bit shabby too.
I think he'll be...
I don't believe he has pitted.
No, Oh, I'm seeing outlap from Morgan Davies.
Oh, you are, so yes. Oh, that's a strange...
Interesting. So he's gone
Yeah.
into the pits and might have gotten the wrong
He
set
was
of
a wet
tyres by
runner.
mistake. Ah, okie dokie. So he's gone from full wets to inters. And on a drying track, yeah, that would explain the tyre wear because, well, A, it's Morgan. Death to all tyres and burn all of the fuel. Seems to be the Morgan motto. I mean, results speak for themselves, but yeah, I think that would explain the rapid tyre wear on those inters. So back a little further down the field, we've got Big J, also on an outlap, so he would have done a pit stop there. What tyres has he gone to in P9?
He's back to the mediums.
Okie dokie. So he's going for... But has he got plenty of fuel on board?
Well, that's a strange thing. He's only got about 70% fuel on board, which it's a big call to do full 3 laps on 70%.
Oh, he's...
Although so we're halfway through this 3/4
So
way.
I'd say he's probably
yeah,
going
sorry.
for a 3-lap stint on the mediums.
Yeah, he will do.
That would
And
be
he'll have enough
my
fuel.
guess.
Just realised where he was on track. This track is hard to judge fuel usage.
Alright, Lenosis is actually coming onto the straight now and into the pits. And Ricky Bobby, in the meantime, has made his way up to P2 as he is into the pits as well to get rid of those well-worn inters. Followed by Blind Man, who was on the full wets. And both the APR guys have a fairly noticeable fuel advantage over... No, wait, no they don't. They're fairly even for fuel. Sorry, I thought that was a 30%, not a 39, so... The two APR McLarens and the Jamco Ferrari fairly even on fuel. As Sneaky Stevo goes absolutely hammering by down the main straight, so pulling the trigger early to go out onto the softs onto a wet track has certainly proven fruitful for him. But that might leave him a little bit out of sync later in the race, as he's done a 1 lap with a pit stop as opposed to the 2-lap pit stop. So got to keep an eye on him because it might not be 100%. Ooh, as he's gone off.
Oh,
The commentator's curse has well and truly kicked in. Those racing softs, he's found a bit of a wet patch there. As we might just have a look at that on the LJ Media replay just to see what went wrong there. So he's coming to... Or just that sprint section part of the track might have just had a tiny lapse in concentration there, and then... Because I've done it a few times myself, you know, you think to yourself, oh yep, we're doing the GP track, bit more of a straight, and then it'll be a slight brake, turn left. No, you need to get hard on the brakes nice and early and turn right. And you just get caught out, and I think with the soft tyres on a slightly cold and wet track, that will cause the massive amount of understeer. But it didn't hit the wall too badly, so I think he's gotten away without a massive amount of damage.
very easy.
So we shall... So we've just had... Just having some of the usual mixer issues here in the comm spot. That's fine, I'm just going to have to whack it with the stick again. So Sneaky Stevo has gone from being 30 seconds down on the leaders to 20 seconds up in the lead. As Big J has thrown himself into the mix, he's up into P3 at the moment. How's he looking for tyres?
Who was that, sorry?
Big J in P3 at the moment.
Big J was actually, he's on his medium tyres and they're very little wear.
That's right, he hit at the end of lap 1 to throw some mediums on.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming, by the way, Ricky Bobby just blasted on by, I'm assuming Ricky Bobby is on the softs.
No, that'd be an incorrect estimation.
Oh,
He's on
as
the-
Ricky Bobby was all over the place there.
I think Ricky Bobby thought he was on softs.
So Ricky Bobby's gone to the mediums. How about Lenosis? What has he gone in terms of
Well,
tyres?
Lenosis is on his on the mediums. So essentially, we've only got Sneaky Steve-O, who is going to owe us a pit stop anyway. Is I know Morgan Davey as well is on softs, as with Greg's
So there we go. Ricky Bobby
and
just
Hodes.
got a little bit crossed up on the curbs and was unable to bring it back, unfortunately. It seems like the replay feature is causing some issues here in the comms.
Oh dear.
Fortunately.
Sneaky Steve-O's got 10 seconds purple on these soft tyres, but he's going to have to pit before he registers this time. And he runs behind.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
My apologies, Steve. Hey, still 10 seconds purple.
So speaking of 10 seconds, that gap has come down, yeah, massively. That was 20 seconds not that long ago.
That's right.
And that gap back to Lenosis is halved. And like you said, Sneaky Steve-O will owe us a pit stop because he's on his second lap on those softs, and I don't see him doing a third. What are your thoughts?
Oh, he's not a chance of doing the third. No, not a chance. I've driven that car, and the third lap on those tyres is okay for the first quarter of a lap.
The other three quarters, not so much?
Yeah, and 3/4 of this track is a long way.
Yes, it's like 6 and a bit minutes for the remainder. So it would be a very unpleasant amount of time.
Yes.
So Steve-O will be in at the end of this lap.
Actually,
Lenosis,
quite a... Yep, sorry.
Lenosis on the mediums. I dare say he would have close to fully fueled, if not completely yet. So I'd say he's going for a 3-lap stint on the mediums. So that'll see him through to the end of lap 5 by my calculations. Ricky Bobby's got himself back up to P3. Missing half the action. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of action, we've got Big J up in P4. Danico's doing very, very well here. He's closed up the gap. Down to half a second behind Big J. He's looking very confident through this sector.
Big J appears to have made a large mistake with his fueling.
Okay. In what sense?
I know, he's come in at end of pit lap 1. Okay, sorry, he's just got his he's less than 50% fuel.
So if he's doing a 3-lap stint on the mediums, he'll come in at the end of the next lap. So has he got enough fuel to do one more lap, do you think?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, it'll be tight for him.
Well, the Peugeot, from my understanding, is fairly decent on the fuel.
Yes,
Has to be better than the McLaren. That thing is absolutely terrible. Even when you go slow trying to fuel save, you don't really save that much fuel. It's kind of like the Toyota Supra from a couple of seasons back. You could save fuel, but you end up going so slow it really defeated the purpose.
yes.
So basically, go fast, worry about the rest later. basically the strategy.
I noticed this is making up ground on Sneaky Steve-O.
Here we are at the Dottinger hole as Danico goes sliding on past through the slipstream. Easy as you like, but Big J might get to return serve here because it's a very long straight, like 2 and a bit kilometers. So you have all the time in the world to return serve if necessary, as Sneaky Steve-O is into the pits. No, Big J does not return serve down the straight. As both Danico, Ricky Bobby, Danico, Big J go sliding on by. Steve-O's still in the pits. Dadson is going to head on by as well. As does Boy Bagoon. Steve-O's teammate Blind Man goes hammering past as well. Steve-O's still getting fuel in. Morgan Davies gets past. I reckon Steve-O will get out of the pits before De Reed makes his way down the Dottinger Hoe. And I suspect I just saw Steve-O come out of the pits on a fresh set of mediums.
He did indeed.
They're going to have to be careful here because while the sun's out, this track does take a long time to dry. And you can still see the wet sections of the track here on the sprint part of the layout. While there's a wider dry line than there was previously, it is still vitally important that you keep your car on that line if you're on the fully slick tyres. Otherwise, oh, as Steve-O has another moment at that end, at the Dunlop hairpin. That Ferrari is not liking that. Well, it's not the Dunlop hairpin actually, because it's the shortened sprint layout. So, you know, I honestly don't know what that corner name is. I've called it a lot of things and none of them are nice. And it's well before 9 o'clock, so I can't say any of those. So skipping back up the front, we've got an APR 1-2 at the moment, as Ricky Bobby's having a bit of a rough time of it. He's 12 and a bit seconds down on his teammate, but he's a couple of seconds up on this cheeky little battle here for P3. With Danico still holding station over Big J. Danico is 3.5 seconds purple. We're approaching the 1/3 of the way through the race mark. So that first part of the race where you're just looking to establish where you are and get yourself settled into a rhythm. I think a lot of that may have had a massive spanner in the works thrown into it with the weather. That definitely would have had a lot of mad scrambling in the strategist office. I know the Jamco team owner is quite the master strategist, and I'm pretty sure he would have had a backup plan somewhere for the event of wet weather. Not looking like Big J is in any particular hurry to get past Danico at this stage, and as I say that, he's showing the nose around the outside. Possibly a bit of a, come on mate, hurry up. We're losing ground to Ricky Bobby. But as long as you're not losing too much time, it might just be better to sit behind him for now, save a little bit of fuel, and then use the massive straight of the Dottinger Hoe just to get on by nice and easily. P5 still occupied by Dadson, having a fairly solid performance so far. couple of drivers have purple laps, or purple sectors at the moment, but we can probably take that with a grain of salt because the track is rapidly drying out. But you can see here through
That corner.
through the X-Mule, Bergwerk and Kesselchen sections where there is a lot of forest and a lot of yeah, I know I absolutely murdered that pronunciation, but I'm just gonna keep going and roll with it. Through the really forested section where there's not a lot of sunlight getting onto the track, there is no real dry line forming, so, and that is a full throttle flat out section of track with a heavy braking zone, so that would be a little bit nerve-wracking for the drivers, I would imagine. A couple of drivers here on the comeback trail. Blind Man is in P6 at the moment. He's 2 seconds behind Dadson and closing in rather quickly. So I could imagine that by the end of the lap, Dadson may find himself getting overtaken by the fill-in driver, right?
Yes.
For Jemco. I'm not sure how he would feel about that. Might leave that alone.
That definitely makes me feel better. I came second to him last week.
Well, yeah, I'd definitely feel a lot better if he's putting in this kind of performance in the next category up. Well, yeah, you can definitely hold your head up there, Mr. Numcrack, I think.
Oh, he's doing well here.
Morgan Davies is well and truly on the comeback at the moment, sitting in P7 after that earlier unfortunate incident. So there might be a bit of an asterisk next to Sneaky Steve-O's name, but that is to be determined at a later time. Boy Bagum, the other Black Rose driver, in P9 at the moment. How's he looking? What's the mix of tyres on the grid at the moment like?
Well, the
might
racing mediums
might just
are
cut to an APR tyre and fuel update, I think.
that is actually probably the perfect type.
Oh, here we go. Starting with Lenosis, how's he tracking?
Lenosis, he's on the racing mediums, possibly about 20% worn. Medium seems to be the popular strategy at the moment. And about 40% fuel, looking all right on both fronts. Tiny little bit more fuel, but exactly racing medium tyres with Ricky Bobby. Danico, a little bit more tyre wear, a lot more tyre actually, and very little fuel. He'll be in very, very shortly at the end of this lap, I believe. He's just been overtaken. Yes, and Big J, he's going to be pitting this lap on the fuel front. Probably about third worn on his medium tyres. Now we've got Dadson, who's probably got another lap left in him, and 20% worn on those medium tyres. As with Blind Man, he's around the 30% mark, so he'll be just making another lap. Morgan Davey, his tyres are looking absolutely horrible, the soft tyres, but he's got about 30% fuel, so,
Well,
and he's just going around again. Wow.
As he slaps down a purple lap, there's a more representative time from these guys.
That's what he was after. He's willing to have really bad time for the next lap.
Oh yeah, he's not going to have fun for the next 8 minutes or so.
No, Boy Begum, he's on the medium tyres, pretty all good for this lap. Big J in the pits. And
Sneaky
probably
Steve-O.
going out on mediums.
Sneaky Steve-O is our next one. He's going around again in P7 at the moment.
Where did he get to? Oh, there he is. There. He's on the mediums. He's only just come out of the pits. Oh well. Yes, he's on his first time lap. So he's good for another 2 laps on the medium tyres. Only just worn really. Big J is back out in the mediums. Danico's on the softs. He's having a crack at the fastest lap, I'd imagine.
Big J's also managed to jump Danico in the pits there, by the looks of it.
He has. Danico on the soft tyres behind is probably going to have something to say about that, I reckon.
Could change.
He Reed's on the medium tyres. He's good for another lap to go with him. Greg's is obviously coming into the pits now with the softs. I don't know what he'll change to. Thunder Artsy on the medium tyres. He'll go for the next lap, obviously, with a purple lap just now. Look at that, 8:03.
8:03.820. Now, there's something familiar about that number.
Yeah, well...
Is Morgan. Oh, wow.
What?
Artsy beat Morgan's purple lap by 1/1000th of a second. I kid you not, Morgan has done an 8:03.821. I thought there was something familiar about that number. 1/1000th of a second, and Morgan he'll be pissed.
Excellent.
I mean,
I like
I
to see
would
that
be
sort of
too.
competition.
1/1000th of a second over an 8-minute lap. Oof. Yeah, look, rightio. So I think that all but concludes our APR Automotive Tyre and Fuel Update. Thank you very much, Mr. Buncrack.
You're welcome.
Now I think my audio mixer has decided to die yet again, so I am definitely going to have to get a bigger stick with which to hit it with.
Size 9 reboot. Well, Gnosis is actually, he's pulled out his lead 16 seconds out front. He's doing really well. Just got his foot on the throat of this race. Ricky Bobby behind him. You know, he's got another 9 seconds to blind man. Who's still holding 3rd place as a Division 3 driver.
Doing very, very well indeed.
Isn't he?
Apologies for the lack of audio. It's, I love the occasional technical gremlins we have to run with here in the comms box, but that's okay. Working quite frantically at the moment to try and get it sorted for thinking my time as doing race director and streaming comms in general here at Sector 1. Gotta learn to not panic. Basically, things will go wrong. It's not a matter of if, it's when. And not losing your cool and panicking is the key. And here we go. We are up and running again. So
Excellent. 17 seconds Lenosis has got it.
Right, so he's
Running away with it.
He's got a very solid lead at this point. This comes out of Carousel. Probably the most famous, if not the second most famous corner on the Nordschleife. The most famous, of course, is the one affectionately known as YouTube Corner. It's not for good reasons, really, as he is second and a bit purple. Coming through Hoarkt. Just got to be careful with that pronunciation. Get myself in a lot of trouble if I said that wrong.
He seems to be just pinging every apex just nicely.
Oh, just cut to Blind Man there, and he was hitting apexes nicely until he got all kinds of crossed up.
Blind man's on the fuel light.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a long way home still.
Yeah, it's
I'm sure he's,
nearly 2 minutes to back to the pits.
I'm sure he's got this under control.
I would hope so. Because he's got Dadson closing in at a rapid rate of knots. That gap is less than 3 seconds now. And it was a lot more than 3 seconds and not that long ago.
Certainly was.
I think that Jamco Ferrari is possibly into fuel conservation mode.
Doesn't sound like it.
Oh, okay.
He's giving it the berries.
Well, I mean, you are the Ferrari expert here, so...
Oh, well. I'm sure he's got it under control, is all I can say.
Yeah, we will leave it at that.
Such a hard track to judge where you should be at fuel.
Okay, might have just had a little bit of a moment there because that gap has gone back up to 5.5 seconds to Dadson.
That's all right.
On the comeback trail, Morgan Davies, P5. See what happens here as he's coming down the Dottinger Hoe. Will he make a pit or is he good to go for another one?
Nice, it gets in there by the skin of his teeth.
Smell of an oily rag left in the tank. Love to see it.
Perfectly weighted. Blind man did make it in on the 1%.
Oof. Talk about cutting it fine. So,
Under
rightio.
control.
Top 5 are into the pits. Top 6 make that with Boy Bagoon. So we've got Sneaky Steve-O coming hammering down into the final sector of the track. Through Tiergarten. Past the Jaguar curve and onto the main straight, and Lenosis is out of the pits.
Oh, in front of Sneaky Steve over quite some time.
Well, that gap is just...
Is it?
Oh, it's 12 seconds.
Yeah.
There we go, it's stabilised, so...
Yeah.
So what tyres is Lenosis on compared to Steve-O?
Lenosis has gone a little bit conservative with the mediums, which is exactly where I would have gone.
Rightio.
Sneaky Steve-O's on the mediums as well, but they're, well, say 20% worn, 25% worn.
So he's already one lap into those tyres.
That's correct.
And just looking around at the weather here, it's getting a little bit hazy and cloudy again. Maybe something for the guys on track to keep an eye out for at the moment. I mean, it already has rained here, so it may not be against the weather gods to, for the rain to come back. It's entirely within the realm of possibility.
It certainly adds another level to it when you've got to looking at the weather as well as every apex.
Certainly gives you a lot to pay attention to.
Oh, yes.
Real life racers, they get they have team managers and weather people and strategists. Us sim racing guys, we have to do all of that ourselves on the fly while we're driving.
Yeah. Yes.
Mind you, we're not, being exposed to the physical elements of driving a real race car, but we don't let facts get in the way of a good story here.
Well, yes, they are pretend cars, but it is real racing.
It is indeed. Ooh. Speaking of real racing, Sneaky Steve-O nearly has a real moment there. That gap's fairly steady at about 12 seconds. So stable for now. Ricky Bobby still holding station, P3. blind man with an absolute blinder of a performance so far tonight. He's in P4.
Yeah, done so well.
He's got Big J closing in on the back of him rather rapidly as well. Definitely something to keep an eye out on.
Yes, he's going to have to try and find a little bit of time on Big J before he gets back there. The Ferrari's not that great on the top speed.
And the little Peugeot is really good at getting the power down out of the corners from what I've seen.
Yes.
I've been told that top end speed is not its strong suit, but I don't know. I reckon if you can get on the power out of the corner well enough, your top end speed is not going to suffer.
Yeah, well, yes, that's top end speed is very dependent on how you exit corners. When I was getting hunted down on the main back straight there, I could set that little bit of a delay on the top end speed. The blind man's just holding his own.
A very credible performance here from the Jamco fill-in driver. I think his team owner will be very, very happy with whatever result he manages to bring home.
Extremely happy if he finishes where he is now.
We have just recently ticked over the halfway point of the race.
Nice.
So we will check in with the chat. My apologies, Mr. Giffo. Who is the first car on slick tyres? I believe that was your guy, Sneaky Stevo. Grovel's pretty happy. His lap times were way faster than the current fastest lap. I presume that was when the track was wet. So, but hey, it doesn't matter. Take it while you can. Good evening, Amy. Hashtag Team Lenosis. I've got some news for you, Mr. Bumcrack, and I'm not quite sure if you're going to like it or not.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Concerning one of your drivers?
Yes, I've had difficulty in the past as well.
I'm not sure if I'm going to like it either.
It's as unattractive as it sounds, that fix was actually the only one that worked last time.
Yeah, but that's all right. That's a problem for later. As Blind Man's having a few problems at the zone at the moment through this particular part of the circuit, which is the. Well, there's a lot of blipping of the throttle around there. It's the post carousel section through the Arkt, Whipperman and Eschbach. Eschbach. Yeah, look, I should really stop.
You really should, mate. Although it is amusing, entertaining.
I think I need a few beers in me before I try pronouncing these particular corner names.
May help.
But meanwhile, Sneaky Stevo's up into P2.
Yeah, what happened to that?
I sense Ricky Bobby may have had a bit of a moment. Because
Sneaky Stevo's due his pit. He'll be pitting it very, very shortly.
Ricky Bobby's on his outlap. Roger that. Okay.
Yes.
I was about to question who's on what tyres, but that makes perfect sense.
Basically all the top runners are all, except for Morgan, who wants to be different. Everyone's on medium tyres. It seems to be
kind of-
only Morgan. So
I kind of
now,
get the feeling that Morgan's just going to run the soft tyres the whole time.
running
He
his
just,
own
wants,
race. Well,
he just wants to go fast.
yeah,
I mean, I can't say I
difficult
blame
to
him.
do.
I mean, it
You
could
can't get
work,
that third lap in, so you can get a timed lap.
but he doesn't necessarily... Oh, wait, yeah, so the fastest lap is going to be gone.
Yeah, unless you can get that
Unless-
third lap in.
And it would be a bit weird too, because that would throw his strategy out, because at the moment, he pit at the end of lap 1. Actually, no, he didn't. That was Sneaky Steve. Okay.
Morgan, yes, he did pit at the end of lap 1.
Okay, so he could,
I think.
in effect, just run the softs all the way home.
Yeah. We got five laps to go now.
I mean, he could. I don't know if he would.
And you'd have to
but he
get
could.
3 and 2.
Right, so Sneaky Steve-O's pit at the end of lap 6. I think he's got, with 5 laps to go, he's got a medium stint and a soft stint left in him. In what order does he do it, is the question.
Then you go the Ferrari things and you think, hang on, that's soft tyre?
So Big J putting in a fantastic drive for Lightning tonight. He's up into P4. He's there on merit at the moment. As Blind Man goes purple by 1.2 seconds. That fastest lap still being held by Artsy. Who did take it away from Morgan by 1,000th of a second. Blind Man wants a piece of it as well. Might just jump on board Morgan's Black Rose Porsche for a little bit, just to give you a bit of a perspective on what the track's like now when it's dry. And quite a good section of track as well. It's just coming through Flugplatz into Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. I believe Flugplatz translates pretty much directly to aircraft or airfield. I'm basically getting the feeling that if you're not careful, the damn car will get airborne, is kind of the impression I'm getting from that. Gentle coasting and gear shifting through that sector. Could be the Porsche fuel saving coming into effect. I knew someone would chime into the chat to correct me if I was wrong or whatnot, but yes, Flugplatz is airfield. So landing zone, I guess. Seeming to be in a very good rhythm here as he closes right up on the back of Big J. fairly certain Big J will know he's coming. Will he choose to fight and hold his position is the question. What's the fuel and tyre situation with these two guys like?
Big J, he's on his medium top. Well, I'd say 30% worn, and he's good for fuel to get home on this lap. Whereas Morgan's about 50% worn, but he's got 50% fuel. But he'll be in at the end of this lap regardless. So I dare say Morgan, if he stays here, will actually come out in front of him after this pit stop.
Sorry, did you just say fuel saving and Morgan in the same sentence?
I'm saying he's got more at present than DJ. By quite a lot. He could use that raw. But the military basically feels like they're in their backyard.
Nice.
Actually, this time of night, it gets really good watching him take off, looking over the airport.
I'm trying to work out whether Morgan wants to get past here or whether he's just looking to apply pressure and force a mistake. Kind of looks like he really wants to get by.
Yeah, so I'd be quite comfortable there with as. Oh, he's going to do it. Oh, was there any contact there?
That was a very forceful manoeuvre, I'm not going to lie. But very decisive. I'm going for it.
Morgan
no.
he seems to think there was.
Yeah, I don't think Morgan was completely happy with himself on that one. So he's lifted off and redressed it.
Beautiful.
Love to see it.
You sort of do it just in case.
Yes, the stewards, they walk softly and they carry a very, very big stick. And I think it's just good etiquette, like decent manners. Like, if you don't earn the position fairly, give it back, have another go.
That's right.
As Morgan is definitely having another go right now.
There it is.
It's like, right, I gave it back, round 2.
Nice move.
As he gets the job done, much cleaner this time. Just after Stefan Belov, or the Stefan Belov S.
I think there's probably going to be about a 25% difference in fuel as well.
That is a massive difference in fuel.
And surely Morgan's coming in this lap. He can't go around again on those softs. Can he?
Alright, here we go. Lenosis has just taken the purple fastest lap with an 8:01.1.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
On a medium, if you don't mind. As he's coming around on lap 8. So this will be his 3rd lap on these tyres, I believe. So if that's the case, I think he'll be into the pits at the end of this lap for another set of mediums. Which will see
doing it.
Oh, you what now?
You going around again.
I'm sorry, what?
You got the fuel to do it, but wow.
He's got the fuel, but I'm pretty sure the tyres are going to have a conversation about this. Alright, so Morgan Davies making the big strategy call to keep himself in the mix. I mean, after dropping back so far early in the race, I think he has to roll the dice a little bit. Has to take the risk, has to take the chances to try and make something happen. a little bit more TV time, I think, for my man. He's currently sitting on P3. He's less than 1.5 seconds behind Ricky Bobby at the moment. So this battle is still continuing on. Apologies for that slight radio silence there, ladies and gentlemen. I was just taking advantage of some of the beautiful catering we have here at the Nurburgring. They have been gracious enough to supply us here with various selections of meats, cheeses and breads. Which of course Germany is very, very famous for all of the above. It would be nice if they could also supply the comms box with a nice selection of the beverages called a beer that they are also quite famous for. But unfortunately the comms box fridge is a little bit empty at this point. Might need to organise the caterers to fix that problem.
We've got some interesting strategies happening out here.
Do
Big
tell.
J's back on the softs.
Okay.
Like he had softs and he's gone. He's basically running all the way with softs.
So he's on an outlap now. He'll get
Yes.
2 laps out of the softs. So he'll come in at the end of pit. Yep. He'll come in at the end of lap 9 and then do another soft stint to get to the end.
That's correct.
He's got 7.5 seconds to Danico in front of him. What tyres is Danico on at this point?
Danico is on at the mediums, and he's going to be in at the end of this lap.
So fairly safe to say he will be going on for another set of mediums to do 3 laps to the end.
That would be my assumption, yes.
That would be the sensible choice.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with Big J. He'd probably do a pair of softs and then another pair of laps on softs. Finish that off.
Okay, so I think Big J might have the best of Danico in this this particular race, I would say, pending any terminal actions.
Yes.
Been a bit quiet down the back for RC tonight. He's having a fairly quiet race tonight. The lap times have been up and down a little bit, but nothing to indicate anything terminal.
Yeah, I think Barry R may have been waiting around a few corners for him.
Yes, I had a few conversations with him last week. That was, well, there were some very one-sided conversations. He always tends to get the last word in, unfortunately.
And you've got to pay around here for the privilege of doing so.
Oh yes, those barrier repairs are not cheap. A little bit of TV time for Greg's as well. And Lenosis, how is he tracking?
He's just put his foot on the throat of this race. He'll be probably coming in for his last pit stop in the next minute or so.
took a lot more grass there than I would really like to see. I'm really trying not to show bias towards my teammate here, but suffice to say I am very happy with how he is running at this stage.
Oh, he's just killing it.
His teammate, our teammate, Ricky Bobby, P2, still has Blind Man for company, so what's the situation with these two? Are they on a same strategy run, like in terms of tires?
Yes, they are pretty well exactly the same tyres, exactly the same fuel, like exactly.
Right, so basically the battle for P2, P3 is 100% on for young and old.
It certainly is. I mean, they'd be lucky to be 1%. Maybe Ricky Bobby's got to lead them more.
Oh, it looks like Blind Man is giving him the old bump draft down the straight there. So, might be a strategic move there from Blind Man. Doesn't want the position just yet. As Lenosis is in the pit and fuel is going into the tanks, probably fairly safe to say he's going to have a set of mediums going on. Ricky Bobby, Blind Man follow suit. Right, so the top three are all on the same strategy. Back to Morgan Davies, currently in P4 on the comeback trail. Just coming through the end of Tiergarten now. And he's got Dadson 1.3 seconds behind. So Morgan is into the pits, rightio. Has he done just the one lap on those softs?
No, that was his
right.
third.
That's right, he did the third lap on the
That
softs.
was his third
so
lap. Yeah.
I'm
Even though it's
curious
got
to see,
figure
does
up
he
there.
slap on some mediums or does he go for another set of softs for a 3-lap stint to the end?
Oh, I didn't think he'd do that last 3 laps.
Well, I'm curious to see if he does it again as Sneaky Steve-O makes his way back onto the sprint circuit. Now, where is he at in terms of tyres?
Sneaky Steve-O's on his mediums. He's got enough fuel on board to do the rest of this lap. I'll be trouble about now. Yeah, he's about 30% worn, whereas Lenosis is now on his full tank of fuel. Lenosis can pretty well give it the berries, I think.
Right, so Sneaky Steve-O is going to owe us another pit stop, is what you're saying?
Yes, definitely so.
Right, so that P2 at the moment is not confirmed. As he's 21 seconds down on Lenosis, still owes us another pit stop.
Ricky Bobby, with only 9 seconds behind him, will easily get him in the pits.
Ricky Bobby also on the mediums, I presume?
Well, hang on, he's on the softs.
Say what now?
However, he's got the fuel to get home if he can do the tyre. This is an interesting.
Okay, so Ricky
change.
Bobby's done a Morgan Davey here.
Yeah,
Right, okay, bold. Very bold.
it is.
Because I discovered that you can get 3 laps out of the McLaren on the soft tyres, not by doing that, Ricky Bobby.
No.
That's not going to do your tyre wear any favours. But however, if you do tyre save and drive a little bit conservatively, that 3rd lap is not terrifying until you get to the Dottinger-Ho, and then it's just a straight line, so it's really not that bad.
Yeah, but the end of that straight line requires a little bit of tyre to be left.
Yeah, look, you just brake a lot earlier than normal. It's fine. It's totally fine. No need to panic.
Oh,
at
Hodes is
all.
gone.
Oh,
We've lost Hodes.
that the Hoon Corp Peugeot has decided to exit stage right.
That's correct.
I presume electrical gremlins are probably the cause of that.
It's very possible. There's big storms up and down the east coast of Australia at the moment, mostly north of Brisbane.
not good at all. Not good. That is quite unfortunate for Hodes and Hooncorp.
Oh, we've still got Dadson in there and we've still got Boybegum, so... Right.
Well, Boybegum is down my way, down my end of the country, so...
Oh, is he?
Yes,
okay.
he is. But they did have some internet outages down that way today, so he's actually done well to get himself into the race and stay here so far, so... I don't want to put the moxie on him, so I won't talk about that anymore. But what I will talk about is Big J, currently P5, and he's within sight of the blind man Ricky Bobby battle.
He is, and he's got his soft tyres on.
Oh, okay.
He's got to do another pit stop.
He's only got about half a tank of fuel, I'm assuming?
About 25%, actually.
Oh, right. So he'll be in at the end of this lap 100%.
That's correct.
And fairly confidently saying that he'll go for another soft tyre stint and get him home.
The way he's been driving, I would imagine that yes, he would. But this will put him back, probably behind Dadson. And it'll be a tough run to get back in front of him, I reckon.
So at the moment, the gap back to Dadson from Big J is about 23 seconds, give or take.
Yeah, I reckon that, yeah.
And a pit stop is significantly more than that. So I think Big J will probably pop out. Actually, he might be lucky to get out in front of Boybegum, who's currently 10 seconds behind Dadson.
He may, yes, that's definitely in front of Nico, but I think it's worth about 38 seconds, I think, with fuel. It's a pretty quick one relative to everything else, but still, that's only 40 seconds, regardless.
Okay, speaking of Boybegum, how's he tracking in terms of tyre and strategy? Is he going to be in at the end of this lap, you'd say?
No, he's actually out on his out lap at the moment. Yes, he is indeed. He's got about 80% fuel and a relatively fresh set of medium tyres. He's good to get home with what he's got on board now. I think Sneaky Steve-O owes us a pit stop, so I don't think Lenosis is going to be troubled by him or anyone else.
Sneaky Steve-O does indeed owe us a pit stop.
Yes. Ricky Bobby, he should get home on what he's got. Or maybe, he's going to go for, if he does the 3 stops, he's got fuel, but yeah, maybe not tyres. Blind Man will get home with what he's got. Big J's going to be another, that'll owe us a pit, I believe.
He's still within 3 seconds of the back of Blind Man.
Yeah, Blind Man's on about 75% fuel, with Big J is nearly on the fuel light.
Blind Man's on his out lap and he's on the medium tyre, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Ricky Bobby's also on his out lap, but he's on the soft, so he's got to make that soft tyre last 2 more laps after this one.
Yeah,
that will be very entertaining.
Should we give him the whole commentator's curse routine?
Look, he's my teammate, so I'd really prefer to not do that.
Okay, we won't.
That's about as much bias and favouritism as I can show my teammates.
I think Sneaky Steve-O's made a little bit of time up on Lenosis.
How is he tracking? Let's see if we can get a sector split on him and see how he's looking for time.
He's going to be in the pits at the end of this one.
Okay, so he's 7/10 up on his best time, which was his last lap of a 8:05.1, compared to the fastest lap set by Lenosis of an 8:01.1. So that is an absolute stonker of a lap.
Isn't it?
was going to say that was an absolute blinder of a lap, but that's a pun already been made in our YouTube chat by Deborah Fish by saying blind man's having a blinder.
Nice.
So I cannot take that pun away. It was Sneaky Steve-O was getting all kinds of crossed up coming into the pits. So he is in with 4% fuel. He'll be getting off the medium tyres and onto the softs, I would imagine, as Ricky Bobby goes flying on by the witch's hat in the middle of the straight. Blind man follows suit. Big J is into the pits, as you correctly predicted.
So I'd be going back on the mediums if I was Steve.
For 2 laps.
Ferrari is quicker over 2 laps with the medium.
Alright, I will 100% take your word for it because, well, you drive the car, I don't.
Yes, the commentary team last week were very dubious of actually 2 of our decisions. Who drives it?
I'm not saying I'm not sceptical, but I will believe you.
He's gone on the soft though.
Alright, he's decided to roll the dice and says bugger it. Needs to make something happen. So where has he come out? He's in P6. Currently looking at Morgan Davies, who's back up into P4. Now he will be going to the end, won't he? Because he's on lap 10.
Yes.
And he was on the soft tyres, right?
Yes. Big J's back out on the softs now too.
Right, so Ricky Bobby and Morgan have the same strategy at this point, running the last 3 laps on the softs. Lenosis went the safer option of going the mediums, correct?
Yep, that's right. He's got enough fuel to get himself home.
And he's
Ricky Bobby's on
also
the
32 seconds to the good, so he's
Yeah,
in a fairly solid position.
he stretched that back out from that 26 seconds back out to the 32. But Ricky Bobby's actually got his work cut out for him, do you think?
Well, Ricky Bobby
He's
just
got this lap and the next.
did his best impersonation of a lawnmower there, running a little bit wide onto the grass.
And he's got the right colour for the, well, at certain angles for the John Deere.
But manages to get it back onto the black stuff. Does drop a bit of time to blind man.
I think Ricky Bobby's going to really have to be working hard to keep blind man away.
Most definitely. He's going to have to avoid making mistakes like, oh, as blind man's off into the kitty litter. I was about to say that Ricky Bobby needs to avoid making mistakes because otherwise he will blow away any potential time advantage that the soft tyres can give him before they start wearing out. He's been given a bit of a free kick there from Blind Man, who has a little bit of an off-track excursion himself. But given how good a performance Blind Man is putting in tonight, I don't think we can hold that against him too much.
Sneaky Steve-O's got to give Dadson a good run. Sneaky Steve-O on the soft tyres and Dadson on the medium tyres.
This battle could be very short, although it's kind of tricky, trying to get tricky to find a spot to pass here.
Before your soft tyres give up. Dadson can hold out a little bit longer. Advantage.
Well, I'm trying to work out whether if Dadson let him through there or just went a bit deep under the brakes.
I think he might have let him through.
So I guess that answered our question of where Sneaky Stevo would pop back out. He did come out ahead of Boybagum. And he's just made his way back past Dadson. And he's got, what is it, 16 seconds to Morgan Davies. Look, even though it's a long lap, in a lap and a half, that's more than a second a minute you've got to make up on Morgan Davies.
Yeah.
Good luck, I guess, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yes, but I think Ricky Bobby's going to be in some big trouble very shortly.
Uh-oh.
I think Blind Man's going to actually hunt him down here.
I think Ricky Bobby might be struggling a little bit here, whether it's
He
the
is.
tyres wearing out or tyre conservation coming into it.
Oh, his tyres are looking pretty sad. He's still got another lap and a bit to go.
He might be regretting that decision right about now.
I think I would be.
Oh, you got to roll the dice sometimes, I think.
Yes.
Sometimes you get snake eyes.
Again, Leno's out the front. He's up to 40 seconds. He's
This
just
battle
blown everyone away.
This battle between Ricky Bobby and Blyman is really starting to heat up.
Oh, yeah.
I think Ricky Bobby might be a bit of a sitting duck down the Dodger Ho. Last time around, when we saw these two drivers like this, Blind Man was doing a fair bit of bump drafting. I suspect that may not be the case this time around. Why is it every time I make a prediction on stream, the drivers like to say, screw you, give me the finger, and then do the complete opposite of what I predict?
Because they're listening to you.
Oh, wait, there we go.
Here he
There
goes.
we go. He was just teasing me.
He's got him. Has he? Or has he? Oh, has he?
Side by side through Tiergarten,
Oh,
gentlemen.
no.
Oh, yeah, Blind Man has very wisely decided, nope, not for me, thank you.
Oh, Ricky's just got
So
nothing left in tyres.
that really shows me the top end difference between the Ferrari and the McLaren. Like, once that Ferrari was out of the slipstream, it's like it just hit a brick wall.
Yeah.
But it's back on, coming into the braking zone into turn one.
This is where he can get him. He's got the tyres on him. Has he? No. No.
Oh, racing room being left all around. Very good to see, gentlemen.
Certainly knocking on the door saying, I'm here.
A little bit of a tap there.
Yeah. Oh, he's done it.
Nothing untoward, I think.
No.
I think Ricky Bobby's just gone a little bit deep under brakes for the corner that I can't say nice things about. ...90-odd minutes of endurance racing, and it's come down to a final lap battle between these two. Who's going to get the, well,
Oh, there was a bit of a tap there.
Possibly a little bit of incidental contact. Those skies are looking very dark and threatening at the moment.
They are. Gotta get through this lap.
Could we be in for a little bit of late race weather change? Wouldn't that be something? Final lap, everyone's on worn tyres. Oh, look, it rains. Oh. The chaos. So just having a quick read through the YouTube chat, there's a somewhat common theme of reckoning that Blind Man should be moved up into Cat 1 permanently. And well, with the way he's driving tonight, he's certainly not exactly arguing against the case, because he's currently P2.
He certainly has the skills tonight, that's for sure. And on this track. He's up there for a driver of the day nominee.
100%. He's definitely got a strong contention for it.
Well, the gap out Lenosis is up to 44.5 seconds.
So he's definitely got a spot on the podium, and he is looking to secure that second spot over Ricky Bobby. Morgan Davey with a bloody great comeback drive. Got himself back into P4.
Yeah.
After being, well, almost dead last early on in the lap 1, I believe it was.
Yeah, he's been running a soft tyre routine.
Checking in on the rest of the field. Got Sneaky Steve-O in P5. He hasn't been able to blow away from Dadson, who's having a great race, I think, sitting in P6 at the moment. He's only 1.5 seconds down. So if Sneaky Steve-O puts a foot wrong, Dadson will be there to 100% capitalise on it. Boy Bagoom's a little bit further, oh sorry, Big J is a little bit further back, P7 at the moment. Boy Bagoom's had a little bit of a slide down the order. He's into P9. About 10 seconds adrift of Big J. And he is 20 seconds up on Danico from Hooncorp. Got another 48 seconds back to Arcee, so starting to get some really big gaps here at the back of the field. Who is another minute up on D. Reed, who is slightly less up, 7.5 seconds up on Greg's Full Symmetry. But I think this race tonight has been very, very strongly dominated by a certain pink-wheeled driver as he gets a little bit sideways out of that corner. Not the time to be doing that, mate. You're 40-something seconds up, so I suppose a couple of small errors can always be accommodated, but please don't. Just taking my commentator hat off for the moment and putting my teammate hat on. Please don't do that. For the love of right. Taking
I would
the
have blamed that curse all directly on you then.
Look, whatever you just did, Lenosis, don't do that. That's bad.
Well, I think Blind Man's holding his ground and increasing that lead over Ricky Bobby.
That is the one thing that is definitely not bad, and that has been Blind Man's performance tonight.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Pulled some great team points for the team as well.
100%. It's quite possible that Tim Durags might have to look out for his Category 1 seat, I think, in the Jamco hierarchy. Blind Man might be saying, hey, mate, you need to pick up the pace or I'm coming for you. No, I'm sure that's not the case. I don't know anything about the inner workings of Jamco. Maybe I'm just making things up for drama, but hey, it's certainly plausible. But you're right, he has extended that lead out to 3 and a bit seconds.
Yeah, Ricky's got nothing on his. Like, there's this little white tire gauge.
But the man on the mission, the pink-wheeled wonder, coming onto the main straight for the final time with a little bit of weaving and headlight flashing. Very well-deserved victory for Lenosis. Takes the win with a very convincing 45-second gap. As we get a fantastic view of that track marshal's posterior down the Dottinger home, we've got Blind Man, who's going to be taking a very, very well-earned P2.
Jeez, his fuel's low.
Will he run out of fuel at the last minute? Wouldn't that be tragic, actually?
Yeah, please don't.
I don't wish that upon him. That would be absolutely tragic, but definitely a driver of the day worthy effort tonight. Bloody great drive, Blind Man. Hold your head
fantastic.
high. P2. The old shake and bake. Ricky Bobby brings home P3. Followed rather closely there, within 10 seconds, Morgan Davies in a what could have been P4 as he hits a traffic cone and does a little bit of a hover car impersonation right there. Oh, hello, it's a very spicy pack here. Datsun is right on the back end of Sneaky Stevo, but Stevo will just hold on to the P5. And Datsun will take what I'm sure is a very happy P6. Big J coming across the line, takes P7 if you don't mind. Boy Bagum has picked up another spot and got himself up to P8. And still coming down the Dottinger Ho into Tiergarten is the Peugeot RCZ of Danico from Hucorp. I think he might just be happy to get this race over and done with, but mate, you got yourself in the top 10, be very happy with that. So Artsy is getting a large amount of look at me time.
Why not?
It's a very pretty car to look at, not gonna lie.
Oh, and you got the fastest lap on that last lap.
I did just notice that as well. He's got an 8-minute .655, so dangerously close to breaking the 8-minute barrier. So while we haven't seen a sub 8-minute yet, bear in mind Cat 1A is coming up very, very shortly, so I would anticipate that even with wet weather, those aliens... Artsy has had I don't know what that was as he's gone over the line, but he has decided to have a intimate conversation with Mr. Barrier, and that is the lack of our timer has cut us off right there, so that will call it. Some drivers are unfortunately a little bit too far behind it to cross over the line and take the checkered flag. A little bit unfortunate, but that is the way the cookie crumbles. So let's have a quick recap of our race results. Taking the win for APR Motorsport in very convincing fashion is Lenosis, followed up in P2 for Jamco Racing as a fill-in driver, mind you. Blind Man taking the final step on the podium for APR Motorsport is Ricky Bobby. So good haul of team points there for APR Motorsport, which I am very quietly delighted to see. Now we've got Morgan Davies for Black Rose Racing in P4, Sneaky Stevo for Giamco in P5, Dadson for Dadson Racing in P6, Big J for Lightning Motorsport in P7, Boy Bagum for Black Rose in P8, Danico for Hooncorp in P9, Artsy for Thunder Motorsport in P10, D Reed for Doghouse in P11, Greggs for Symmetry in P12, and unfortunately Hodes for Hooncorp had a terminal fatal error of the car and was unfortunately a DNF for tonight. But if he did go over the three-quarter race distance, I believe he can still receive last place points. But
we'll see how that goes.
We will need to analyse that a little bit later on this week, I imagine. Well, I'm thinking Driver of the Day nominations, but I'm also thinking it's going to be fairly unanimous. And looking at the YouTube chat,
it's got to be Carbon Boy.
Driver of the Day, Blind Man. Driver of the Day, Blind Man. Driver of the Day, Blind Man. Driver of the Day, Blind Man.
Yeah.
You guys get the gist. I'm not even going to waste my time. You know it. Blind Man, Driver of the Day, 100%.
Unanimous. We don't get you many unanimous ones.
No, I think that's...
Hang on. Oh, no. Yeah.
That's the first time that, to my knowledge, that there has been unanimous vote for the Driver of the Day. So, well done to all the drivers. Thank you very much, Mr. Bumcrack, for being our race director this evening, and also thank you to the weather gods for throwing in their hand on the deck. That certainly made things a lot more interesting. Hopefully, well, I'm sure there's a certain team owner in the next race who will be secretly hoping for the weather gods to do their thing again. But that shall remain to be seen. So, ladies and gentlemen, take a well-deserved toilet break, grab yourselves a fresh drink and some snacks, because our Category 1A race is coming up very shortly. We shall just duck off to a quick few minutes intermission. So we shall see you on the other side of that break. Mr. Bumcrack, is there anything you would like to say on our way out?
I'm actually looking really forward to the next race. There's going to be some alien time set if it's not wet.
I'm pretty sure there will be some alien time set even if it is wet, to be perfectly honest.
Probably, yes.
These guys are nuts. So, don't go away too far, and we shall see you very, very shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around Pulsate's Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, oh. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1.
And hello everybody, we are back now. Of course GT7 would not be GT7 unless it did GT7 things. Unfortunately there has been some hosting issues, but that's okay, we have managed to get those solved in the intermission. So, my apologies for the slightly extended delay there, but I would like to welcome into the comms box tonight our second race director for this evening is Mr. Revs. How are we this evening?
Really good. How are you?
Well, I was doing a whole lot better 5 minutes ago when there was slightly less panic, but that's okay.
Yeah. What a race by blind man, I'd have to say. Well done, man. He
That
showed himself
was-
in the last round. Yeah.
That was awesome indeed.
Yeah, GT7 doing GT7 things. I got kicked out of the game and I'm on my way back in.
Roger that. So, I wish I could have some points or something to go over, but unfortunately I do not at this stage. But what? I can probably actually track those down for you.
Oh, we have a new fastest lap here. That's really good. By was it posted 8-minute flat. I just can't mind who did it. No, that was someone.
That was Artsy.
Oh, Artsy. Yeah, very cool.
Alright, so at the moment, leading the Cat 1A Championship is Jeesh for CP Motorsports on 129. does have a very handy 18-point lead over Mountain Goat for BSR, followed by Foss from BSR, another 6 points adrift. Then we've got a GTR for Blacklight in 4th position. We've got one of our resident Kiwis in the form of Scooter 82 for Doghouse. In P5, we've got Young Wacky from Kraken Esports in 6th. We've got Tombo for Blacklight in 7th. We've got Slappers for Dadson Racing in 8th. We've got E-Bulk for Symmetry in 9th. Eefy for Thunder Motorsport in 10th. Captain Muffin for Zero Turn in P11. Nif for CP Motorsports in 12th. Dale Teeks for Kraken in 13th. And unfortunately, with the withdrawal of Apex for Zero Turn, joining us back again, as I mentioned earlier in the commentary, joining us on the grid tonight is Mr. Diswood himself for Zero Turn Motorsport. So it is great to have him back on the grid. And speaking of which, we should kick qualifying off, I think, because we are a little bit behind. So let's smack that big purple button and get things going. Rightio, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Be prepared to see some very stupidly fast lap times, because these guys are the cream of the crop. They are the best we have here, so nothing is off the cards. As we have our drivers coming out onto the track. Category 1A brought to you by APR Automotive. You are in safe hands. Our first out on the track is the man of the hour, Mr. Young Wacky for Kraken. He bowls a bit of a wide there. Next out on track is Nif in the beautiful blue Porsche for CP Motorsports. And I believe he is also a controller user, so there's a few of them in Category 1A. There's Nif, Tombo, is also on the DS5. Jeesh is not on the DS5, can confirm, although he would probably still kick my butt, even if he was. As he makes his way around the outside of Tombo there, does not want to get held up. We've got Dale Teeks in the beautiful Kraken Esports Ferrari. We've got GTR, the Blacklight in the McLaren, the TMR entry. Definitely one to keep an eye on. GTR can be rapid when he puts his mind to it. It certainly looks very focused this evening. Got Young Goaty in the BSR Porsche. Captain Muffin in the purple and yellow Zero Turn Porsche. He'll be happily sitting in the slipstream, I would imagine. Heafy in the pink and black, or black and pink, depending on how you want to look at it. Thunder Motorsports entry. Scooter 82 in the red and black Doghouse Motorsport entry, proudly sponsored by PWR. Got Slappers made in easily my favourite car on the grid tonight, in the gorgeous black and gold Bacchus Brewery sponsored entry for Dadson Racing. Returning to the grid tonight in arguably his favourite racing scenario, endurance racing at the Nurburgring, is Mr. Diswood. The DS5 gang. Filling in for Foss tonight, who is unfortunately unable to make it, is Wartime for BSR. Can he put in a similar performance to the fill-in driver Blind Man tonight? We shall wait and see. And rounding out our grid tonight in the shiny Symmetry Mobile is E-Bulk in the Symmetry McLaren. So first cab up the ranks, unsurprisingly, is Jeesh. Puts it on the pole with a 125.154.
Very quick.
I'm suspecting a sub 25 is definitely on the agenda, but he's 3/10 up on Wakey in P2, who has just pipped Mountain Goat by 0.02 of a second. A very solid performance here by the Kraken Esports Ferrari, with Dale Teagues currently in 4th. A 125.9. Just pipping out Nif by 0.03 of a second. Might just jump on board Dale Teagues, I think. Go for a ride in the Ferrari. Beautiful sounding car. Takes a lot of curve at that final chicane there. Possibly rearrange some panel work with that bollard. Well, goes a little bit slower that lap, so I might just break the curse as young Goaty breaks the stranglehold that Geesh has on pole position. Takes out pole position at the moment with a 125.035. Beating Geesh's time by just over a 1/10. Nif taking over P4. Scooter 82 putting himself up into 5th. Just keeping the nose ahead of GDR by 0.02. Who has a very similar gap. Well, there's 23 thousandths between Scooter and GDR, and there's 24 thousandths between GDR and Diswood. So you could throw a small beach towel over these 3 drivers. I'm wondering if any of these drivers will be thinking about a pit stop.
We've had 2 in the pit already. And that's Tombo.
As Wakey's just gone in as well, so there's a 3rd one.
Distinct Jish, 124.9.
Oh, there we go. There's our sub 25 lap. Excuse me, I'm going to grab a bucket. This is about to get a little bit sickening. Alright, so everybody's deciding now's the time to get into the pits. Probably a fairly solid decision, to be honest. As both the CP cars are running nose to tail on the track at the moment, so that could be quite advantageous for Nif at the moment, getting into the slipstream of Geesh. We will see how that works out for him. As I suspect that Geesh might just duck into the pits on this lap. And they both do. So they've both the CP drivers are in. We've got Goaty on an outlap, Wakey on an outlap. In fact, pretty much everyone's either in the pits or on an outlap at this point.
They all look very hungry. They look like they want to race today.
They do indeed. It's very tight up that front part of the field. I want to try and make a call on a race result just yet, I would imagine.
More time with the 0.5 penalty.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Dale Teagues, he's holding on to the top 8 by 0.02 of a second over Captain Muffin. The narrowest of margins on the grid at the moment. Captain Muffin just holding station against Tombo, which I'm pretty sure he'll be very happy. There's a fair bit of banter going on in the paddocks between a few drivers, and yeah, a little bit of smack talk never hurts. But unfortunately, I think results speak louder than any smack talk does. So getting one up on one of your fellow drivers is always a bit of a feather in the cap. As Dale Teague sets an absolute blinder of a lap and puts himself up into P5. Set a 125.733. Diswood knocks him back down to P6. Posting a 125.6. He is back and he is here to party. GDR knocks Dale Teagues a little bit further down the grid, back down to P7. Now that the fuel load's getting a bit lower and the fresh soft tyres are coming into temperature. Alright, the final lap has been called for qualifying. How is G looking through this sector split? Oh no, we won't get one here. We've already gone past it. He's into the final chicane. Takes a lot of curb there. He is one and a bit tenths up on Godey in P2, who has binned it. Well, I think that is qualifying run and done for Godey.
If the fourth.
If has improved. Diswood. Oh, Scooter with a clutch lap drops himself into P5.
Very nice.
GDR's coming around the final corner now, but he has got a half-second penalty, so that's not going to work out well for his qualifying. And I think pretty much for the most part, that will be everyone run and done in qualifying. I just got E-Bolt coming around the final corner now. I don't think that's going to be an indicative lap for him. No, that's nearly 4 tenths down, so that will be as good as he is going to get. So a quick recap of our qualifying results here in Cat 1A. On pole, somewhat unsurprisingly, is a G for CP Motorsports with a 124.904, which is a bloody quick lap, no two ways about it. Joining him on the front row for BSR is a young Godey. On the second row of the grid will be young Wakey for Kraken Esports and Nif for CP. Third row of the grid is Scooter 82 for Doghouse and our returning Diswood for Zero Turn. Fourth row of the grid will be GDR for Blacklight, Dale Teagues for Kraken Esports. Fifth row of the grid will be Captain Muffin for Zero Turn and Heafy for Thunder Motorsports. Sixth row of the grid will be Tombo for Blacklight and Slappers Mate for Dadson. And rounding out our grid tonight will be E-Bulk for Symmetry and Wartime for BSR. Now, we do need to have a little bit of a... how do we put this? A lobby reset so we can get to our actual race lobby. So please, ladies and gentlemen, bear with us a little bit while we get that done. Mr. Revs, if you could wax lyrical for a little bit to possibly fill in some time for our audience, that would be great.
You want to go to an intermission for a minute?
I would prefer not to if we can help it.
Very impressive lap by G, I'd have to say, in the 124s. That's over a second quicker than I can do. These guys are just next level quick, aren't they?
It is a little bit silly, not gonna lie.
I have to say, Wakey was having problems getting into the lobby, so he would have had a few extra nerves. He did very well, qualifying third.
Foss in the chat asking, how does Goat bin it on a straight? Possibly the same way he binned it on a formation lap in a endurance race on ACC here at the Nurburgring. In the same way, I would imagine.
I'm looking forward to this race. I don't care whether you're a pro, amateur, beginner. This track will fight you no matter what level you are. And the speeds that these guys are going into, maybe we might see a car bounce off a wall.
I would anticipate we will probably see a couple of cars bouncing off the walls tonight.
I have to say I enjoyed my race here last week. Actually, the stint that I did with the softs, it was really enjoyable. Probably the most I enjoyed a race in a long time.
I enjoyed my middle stint of the race. The start was a bit stressful, and the last stint was, well, it was when fatigue was starting to really kick in, and I was more of a let's just try and get this over and done with kind of scenario. Alright, we have everybody ticked in, so I can now start setting our grid order. Try and get that done as quickly as possible. Fair bit of support in the chat for the zero turn drivers. Now I have to be 100% correct getting this grid set right, because if I get it wrong, these Cat 1 guys will never let me hear the end of it, and rightly so. I would not be happy if I was jibbed out of my well-earned spot by a mistake. I think I was missing a driver there, so right, I've got them all in now, so I will just try and make sure I've got everyone in the right spot. Right, so just let's go through the grid order again for me to refresh your memory, as well as me to double check that I've got it correct. On pole we have Geesh, followed by Mountain Goat, Young Wakey, then Nif, then we've got Scooter 82 in 5th, Woody in 6th, GTR in 7th, Dale Teeks in 8th, then in 9th we've got Captain Muffin, then we've got Heafy, Tombo, Slappers, E-Bulk and Wartime. So our grid is now set and we are good to go. So what do you say, Mr. Revs?
Yeah, man, I'm ready for this.
Let's get this show on the road.
Huh?
Let's get that big button. Where did the button go? There it is. Button has been pressed. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, please fire through your top 3 predictions. I would be keen to hear them, or read them, so to speak. as our drivers are on the grid, getting ready for the customary rolling start. Now it is dry here at the Nurburgring at the moment. Our cars are rolling down. 2, 1. Lights are green and we are underway. It's fairly sedate off the start, being a rolling start. That doesn't mean that there won't be a little bit of chaos at turn 1 potentially. I think we managed to have avoided that this time around. These Cat 1 guys are generally fairly well behaved. It's all pretty single file line of stern kind of stuff right now. Nobody's forgotten the breaking point for that the right-hander with the nasty name on the sprint part.
Rear end's wiggling about.
I did just see Woody getting all sorts of sideways. Coming through the... I can never remember those. The Bilstein curve. I believe that is that part of the track. Sure, some anorak in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. But for the most part, everybody is still running where they were. GDR giving Woody a bit of a hurry up there as they come onto the Nordschleife. But given that GTR is currently the meat in a zero-turn sandwich, I don't blame him for wanting to get a bit of a wiggle on. I'm hearing a lot of tyre squeal going on, but I don't see anyone out of shape. So seeing as the weather is, unlike the previous race, the weather has stayed clear for now, it's nice and sunny. What's the spread of tyres like in the field there, Revs?
I can tell you, everybody is on the medium tire except for one, and that is Wartime. He's running softs.
Okay. So everyone, well, the top 13 at the very least have decided to go the conservative, stable tyre option.
These guys are quicker than me on softs, so only logical to be there.
Well, 100%. These guys could be on hard tyres and they'd still be quicker than me on softs. It's a little bit depressing, but I've made peace with that, and I'm all good. That's why they're in Cat 1A and I'm not.
Sure is fun watching them. So.
Oh, indeed. So Godey's still within slipstream range of Geesh, so if he can stick there, he can possibly save a fair chunk of fuel and get the overtake potentially done on Geesh in the pits. May not have to do it on track, which I can imagine trying to pass Geesh on track. Passing him in the pits is probably the easier option. I mean, neither of which is going to be simple, but
no.
I would imagine it is the easier option. Young Wakey's still just within slipstream range. He's a second off the back of Goat. Niff has lost touch a little bit. Diswood's managed to make his way past Scooter in that first couple of sectors of the Nordschleife. He's got himself up into P5.
Easy with a 0.5 penalty.
Someone's been a bit naughty. Nice to see that I did switch the track limits back on. So Diswood, the zero-turn team owner, is, like I said, back and ready to party, and party he is, making moves on the first lap. Oh, is that Wakey? That is, young Wakey has had a massive tank slapper. That has not gone well for the Kraken driver at all. He has dropped down from 3rd back down to 7th and is now under fire from Heafy, his teammate. That looks like Captain Muffin there as well, as long as Tombo in the blacklight car with the best coloured wheels you could possibly have. Hashtag no bias. Wow, alright, so young Wakey's managed to collect himself and consolidate. I think there will be some cursing involved. We'll see if we can catch that on our LJ Media replay and just see what happened to young Wakey back there. As I think I might have... Nope, I have completely cocked that up. But it is nice to see that in the intermission, me slapping the electrical equipment here around, the mixer device, slapping it around with a size 9 shoe, has fixed the errors that I was experiencing in the previous race, where it would just lock up on me after a replay. So, well, I don't think Mr. Bumcrack, the Kraken team owner, would like to see what happened on the replay, so it might just be for the best that it didn't come through. So that means...
moving away a little bit. Keisha's sort of gotten the Mountain Goat out of his stream, but Mountain Goat's fighting real hard to get back into it, so come down to that last straight. You can pick up a lot of speed on someone's slipstream.
Especially when you're running in equal cars. So he's still within range. Nif has inherited 3rd place, but like you said, the top 2 have skipped off a little bit. The gap is 3 and a bit seconds. Nif has now got Woody into his slipstream down the Dottinger. So battle of the DS5s in this instance. Scooter's a little bit further back, and he's got GTR well within the slipstream as GTR has decided, I'm going to say see you later. He's playing crafty down the straight too. He does not want Scooter to get that slipstream back. But it's all clean, it's all fair. GTR's entitled to make that one move. There's no excessive weaving there, so all well and good.
A sub 8-minute opening lap and fuel saving at that. That's I might say that's an outstanding opening lap.
Oh, get out, really? Okay, so I'm looking at something really weird on my timing screen, and it says, and I'm not kidding here, Scooter opening lap, a 1 minute 23.3.
Yeah, it says Jake has opening lap of 1 minute 23.7. So.
Alright, so I've now skipped the G, and now GD7 has stopped doing GD7 things, and he has done a 7 minute 58.2.
Yes.
From a rolling start on medium tyres. Just let that sink in, people. Just absorb that. Let it digest.
And let feel safe in there.
let the crippling anxiety release. Wow.
That is impressive.
That is stupidly impressive. And I mean, Godey's done it as well. He's done a 7:59.1. You've even got Nift having done an 8:03. Now it's a rolling start, fuel saving, medium tyres. Like, I couldn't do an 8:03 on softs with a flying lap. So I mean, hats off to these guys. This is absolutely blistering pace, and they're going to be
big power slide.
He's managed to hold it together though. That has let Goaty tag back on the back, which will be very advantageous to him. Okay, Mr. Bumcrack's podium prediction is Wakey Dale. I'm not quite sure if one of your drivers can take 2 spots on the podium. Still a fair bit of support in the YouTube chat for a 0 turn. Good to see. I don't think Geesh is doing any form of tyre conservation here. I'm hearing a lot of squealing and screaming coming from those tyres.
I'm not sure what happened with Heathy, but he's got damage to the front and front right tire.
As he's back down P12. Ooh, he was a couple of spots higher than that. He was up at around P8, P9 earlier. Might have just had a bit of a conversation with Mr. Barrier.
Yeah, he's mean.
He is very mean. So Tombo is in P10 at the moment. He's found himself in a bit of no man's land, kind of, with 3 and a bit seconds. We've got Captain Muffin all over the back of Dale Teeks right now, who's just got the car right in the middle of the track. Not really giving Muffin any opportunity to pass. Which I can imagine would be frustrating the living heck out of the guy. Very mild-mannered, very pleasant guy 90% of the time. It's the other 10% of the time that he gets quite feisty. And can be hilarious or terrifying depending on whether it's you he's getting feisty at or not. Currently getting feisty with the back end of that Ferrari. Check back in on young Wakey. How's he doing? He's tagged onto the back of Scooter. He's in P6. Is he going to look for the pass, or is he going to try and save some fuel and make up some track space that way?
He's looking aggressive.
I think Scooter got a bit of a sketchy exit coming out of... let's see if my memory... No, my memory's terrible.
Corner number 526.
Bergwerk, I believe that is, onto the Kesselchen straight, so to speak, as they come through Klostertal, which is a very, very rapid section of the track. Requires full commitment through the sweeping left-hander. But Scooter's little Peugeot that could just has the legs on the Ferrari at this stage. I say that, but young Wakey gets a brilliant exit out of the carousel. And they go side by side up the hill towards Hoark. This could get very interesting. Young Wakey backs out of it. Says not this time. Probably a smart decision because this particular part of the track does tend to be very one line. Now, given that the drivers have a reputation for doing the complete opposite of what I predict they will, knowing them, they'll probably go side by side through this section of track. Nothing doing this time around. All 4 of those drivers there running very wide, using every bit of the track width and then some, throwing up a bit of dirt. So 2 very close battles here, with both involving the Kraken drivers. One for 6th and 7th involving Scooter and Young Wakey, and then there's P8, P9 involving Dale Teeks and Captain Muffin. Has not yet managed to find his way past Dale Teeks. Gap check back up the front. Geesh has managed to drop young Goatee out of his slipstream by a fair margin. The gap is out to 2.7 seconds.
On a sub-8 lap if he continues at this pace.
Does not have to worry about the slipstream down the Dottinger Ho because he's got 3 seconds. Diswood has managed to get his way past a Nif and gets himself up into a podium spot, if you don't mind. So this could be quite the fairy tale comeback to driving for Woody. If he can hold things together and things go well, I'll try not to put the curse on him. Under the Bilstein Bridge, through Tiergarten. I must say...
He goes across the line, and what a lap! 7:55.8. That is on mediums, fuel saving. He's an animal.
That's disgusting. I can almost hear the good dog vomiting into his bucket from here. In the pits is Nif, deciding that 2 laps on those mediums is enough. Thank you very much. And he did have under 30% fuel left in the tank as well, so might have been a fuel decision. Well, might have been a combined decision. Maybe just 2 laps is enough for him. So speaking of fuel and tyres, how is Geesh looking compared to Goatee in terms of both fuel and tyres?
Okay, so tires are copy and paste, and Mountain Goat, he's probably got about 2 or 3, maybe 2%, maybe 3% more fuel.
But the gap at the moment is 2.5 seconds, so there's not a 2.5 second gap in terms of fuel, is there?
No way. Just a heads up as well, this on a new set of mediums and a full tank.
Roger, but he's only doing a 2-lap stint on the mediums, which I find interesting to say the least. Maybe he's struggling with tyre wear. Speaking of which, how's Woody's tyres looking? Because he is a controller user and they tend to have a harder time.
This wood's same as Mountain Goat, same as Geesh. One thing about the medium tires, they really go well here for some reason, much better than other places. So,
100%. It's a very stable compound, and even with the long track times or track length here, you can absolutely rag on those medium tires, and they just don't give up. You run out of fuel before they start to show signs of punishment.
Yeah, for sure.
Which definitely makes them my favourite compound. I like the soft for about 3/4 of a lap.
Wartime, his tires, remember he started on the softs, his tires are, screaming at him. He might have like 5%.
So on Wacky Watch, he's up into P5 now. I believe one of those spots would have been from Nif pitting. And he has gotten himself back past Scooter as well. So he finally got that move done.
Wakey's he's the best in the field at the moment for petrol as far as saving goes. So the Ferrari just sips it, doesn't it?
I'll be buggered if I know how, because I could not make it save fuel in pre-season testing. Those the Jamco and the Kraken drivers are certainly making magic happen with that Ferrari. So Dale Teeks is still ahead of Captain Muffin. That gap has actually stepped down a little bit.
On the grass.
Oh, there's something to watch. Let's see if we can catch that on our LJ Media Action replay. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Oh, he's hit the curb. He's just, no, that's not where it's happened. Oh, just gone a little bit wide. Had a little bit of a chat with Mr. Barrier.
No damage. And I'm expecting everyone in the pit on this lap. Yeah. Yeah.
And I've just realised I probably had my microphone on mute for the last however long, so apologies to the audience if it seems like Revs has been talking to himself. I don't know how that happened, but that's okay. Moving along. So it's not a... Oh, as Woody has had a bit of a bugger moment, has run a bit wide onto the grass. He's just going to have to take it easy for a little bit because he's going to have some very dirty tyres. But just checking back in on that gap to him and Mountain Goat, it is still hovering around at a bit over 6 seconds. So that slight off has probably not done him any favours. Another gap to keep an eye on is the gap between Woody and GTR, which is at 2.7 seconds. And also, I guess in turn, the gap back to Young Wakey, who's charging back hard. He's in P5 at the moment, and he's only 1.4 seconds behind GDR. So, what I'm wondering at the moment, Revs, what's the fuel situation or difference between GDR and Young Wakey? Could Young Wakey potentially make up a spot in the pits over GDR?
Yeah, GTR's flashed him. He's been flashing for a little bit. Wakey, he's still in that white area, so he's got like a fourth of the tank. GTR, like I said, he's just flashing. So, yeah, I'm sure he's going to pick up some time here.
Right, so potentially Young Wakey could bump himself up into fourth at the pit stop here. Right, as they come onto the Dottinger hole.
I expect most people to throw on another set of mediums, but like me, some people might like to do it the other way, go a little bit quicker and run the soft. So it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen.
Well, you did make it work. You got yourself onto the podium running that alternate strat of the extra stints on the soft tyres, so it's certainly viable. I
didn't expect everybody to be running those real super low, 803s, 804s, 80. That was a surprise because I couldn't go that fast on the medium tires. It was impressive seeing them doing those low 8s, and then watching these guys doing the exact same thing, and they're in 7-minute 50s.
Everybody is into the pits. Young Wakey is the best of the fuel. He comes in with 7% compared to 1 to 3% of everybody else. Dale Teak's not doing too bad with 4%, but Young Wakey definitely putting in the yards to make up the spots that he lost with his earlier off-track excursion, which I believe was probably self-inflicted. all fairly quiet at the moment with, what do we got? We've got 11 cars in the pits. 12 now that Heafy joins the party. Wartime is into the pits and Nif comes around again. That's right, he pitted at the end of lap 2, if I'm not mistaken. And he has himself up into P3.
GTR and Nif had a little bit of a touch there.
I'm not sure if GDR was expecting Nif to be coming through like that.
No.
I think you tend to forget about the one guy running a slightly different strategy. You're not expecting a car to be coming down the straight, so he might have just been caught a little bit unawares there. But no major harm done. How's that gap between Geesh and Gody? It is 6.1 seconds.
Here's a major heads up as well. GTR is on the softs, and he's only got 3/4 of a tank, so he's lightly fueled, so he's probably going to do the 2-lap stint.
Rightio. So he wants to put his head down and set some serious pace. The problem is he's got Nif on a set of mediums that are already up to temperature in front of him. So while he's got the faster tyre, they are...
Already.
There we go. He needed to get that done there, because if he was stuck behind Nif through this first couple of sectors of the Nordschleife, that would seriously put a dent in this strategy choice that GDR has chosen to make. He could not afford to get held up. So he had to make the move, he had to make it quick, and he's done so. So now that's freed him up to let him go chase after Mountain Goat, who is only 1.7 seconds up the road. And with the tyre advantage, because I do presume that Geesh and Gody are on the mediums. Would that be a fair assumption, Revs?
Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering what happened to Wakey. Not sure. Like, he was really just... I don't see anything with his time. I thought he was up there with GTR. And yeah, GTR went to 3rd. And Wakey's in 6th. I'm not sure why that is.
Well, Wakey is about where he should be.
Okay.
I think GDR has bumped himself up with the short fuel stop, because he would have only put in,
That's right,
what,
that's
75%?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, definitely the fuel. That was the time.
That's all right. I had to stop and think about that for half a second as well.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Hang on, what's going on here? But young Wakey's got himself right onto the back of Diswood now. How are things in terms of tyres? We know GDR's on the soft. Is there anyone else on the soft compound, or are they still running the safer mediums?
Wartime's on the softs. And GTR, that's it. Everybody else is on the mediums.
Alright, so everyone's going the fairly conservative strategy. Probably a safe option at this point, as we are just approaching the 1/3 of the way, or 1/3 race time. So this is shaping up to be a very interesting battle here with young Wakey and Diswood.
Yeah, and GTR and Mountain Goat. I think GTR is going to push Mountain.
I don't think GDR is going to be bump drafting Gody. I think he's just going to... Oh, there's a little bit of hip and shoulder there, but nothing untoward, I would imagine. That door was well and truly left open. And to be perfectly honest, if Gody is aware that GDR is running a fast compound, or even if he's not, he would have seen how quickly he closed in. And he's smart enough to know that, hey, I'll just step into the slipstream and hopefully GDR can tow me, or at least help me make up some ground on the Geesh, because there currently is a 6-second gap between them. And that's a lot of work to put in to try and make up that kind of time. So Nif's in P4, but as we saw earlier, he did pit after 2 laps on the mediums. And we are on lap 4 now, so it's entirely possible he will be into the pits at the end of this lap. Oh, and
Wakey up the inside.
Carousel, Woody's run a little bit wide. Young Wakey has not waited for a second invitation. See if we can catch that one on our replay. Have another look at it. So coming into Carousel, Woody's just gotten up off the concrete a little bit. Young Wakey slid up into the position that Woody was trying to get back to. Can't get it done, unfortunately, and through goes the Kraken driver. Sure, Mr. Bumcrack will be very happy to see that. Another team owner who will be very happy to see what's going on is the Good Dog, seeing how his boy GDR is going. Now, admittedly, he's on the soft compound compared to the mediums of everyone else around him. But he's made the call. Try and make up some track position early. And that gap to Geesh is coming down to 5.7 seconds. So he's made up half a second in the last couple of sectors. He is absolutely flying here, but I think the downside of running the soft tyre is, while you're quick, you don't get to set a representative lap, so you get an out lap and then an in lap.
Yeah, you get one at the last, on the last, so I expect the fastest lap to be the last lap.
But unfortunately, you're into the pit, so you don't get that time.
On lap 11, I meant, like the last lap of the race.
Yes, correct. Yeah, no, I'm with you now. I follow now. So if you're going to get the fastest lap on the softs, you have to do it on the last lap. Talk about leaving things to the last minute.
Yeah. But it was fun. So, I mean, got one lap to be in contention for the fastest lap, but I had a smile on my face the whole time I was running, so the feel safe lap to me was a little boring, but these guys are doing sub 8 minutes. I don't think anything sub 8 minutes here would be boring.
So fun fact, Nif has gone around onto lap 5. He might be doing a little better for fuel and tyres this time around, I would imagine. But he does have young Wakey 3 and a bit seconds behind him. And meanwhile, young Wakey has pulled out 1.5 seconds on Woody, who does have a fairly comfortable lead back to Scooter in 7th, who has 2.5 seconds worth of breathing space back to Dale Teeks in P8. What Dale Teeks doesn't have, however, is a comfortable amount of breathing space. Captain Muffin is still hanging around like a bad smell. He is less than a second behind Dale Teeks in P9, and I would dare say he's still looking very racy. I actually thought I saw some lights flashing there from the zero turn car. Or it may have just been some reflection of sunlight. I'm thinking it's just some reflections of sunlight.
Beautiful day here.
It is, despite the earlier not so great weather. Nice to see the weather here at the Nordschleife has turned on the sun. Captain Muffin still looking a bit frustrated by this cracking Ferrari in front of him. Has not been able to find a way past yet. A bit of TV time for the guys in the top 10 and just beyond. We've got Slackers in 10th at the moment. And that gorgeous golden Bacchus Brewery's Dadson car. Very tasty looking car and a very tasty beverage indeed. Tombo in the beautiful black light McLaren with those beautiful orange wheels. Heafy in P12 looking to try and get himself back up the order a little bit after he had an earlier race incident as well. Things didn't quite go to plan for him. And not that far back, still within range if something goes wrong for the guys in front of them. You've got E-Bolt for Symmetry and Wartime, who's within a second of him, so he's hanging in there or thereabouts. Doing a great job as a fill-in driver for BSR tonight. In there for the team points. Great to see him putting in. Back out the front, that gap between Geesh and GDR has come down. It's down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, but for the last few kilometers, Geesh has been keeping it right on the same time. So I'm not sure what's going on there, whether Geesh is picking his pace up or if GTR's worn soft tires are causing a problem.
I think it might be the latter there. I think towards this part of lap 5, about half, I think the soft tyres might just be starting to drop off a little bit. Because, well, while he is able to conserve tyres, he's not renowned for it.
It'll be interesting to see when he comes in the pit again, whether he runs softs again, or if he used this to sort of get back up towards Geesh and then run mediums for, you know, the next 2 stints and get him home.
I think it's fairly safe to say that he will be in the pits at the end of this lap.
Oh yeah.
Given that he only fueled to 75%. Which in the McLaren is 100% not enough for 3 laps. And even more so, a set of softs on 3 laps in the McLaren. Yeah, that 3rd lap, you're not going to have a good time.
No.
Although we've said all that, and that gap's come down another 2 tenths.
Yeah. It's showing GTR he's on a blue lap, plus 2 seconds on his best time, which is 7:59. So.
Wow. And he's managed to drop young Godey off to the tune of 4 seconds. Who does have a very comfortable 9.5 seconds lead over Niff, who now has a young wacky bumper sticker. Oh, Niff has had a moment! He's had a huge cross up. How he has kept that on the tarmac, I don't know, but that was massive. And that has let young Wakey, well, he probably would have gotten past inevitably anyway, but that has basically free kick Wakey, as we shall have another look at that on our LJ Media Action replay. As I think Niff just ran a little bit wide there on the corner exit. Got all crossed up, manages to keep it off the wall. That is the save of the day right there. That was a bloody brilliant save.
I expect him to be in at the end of this lap. His front left tire is down to about 35-40%, so a little bit of struggling.
I think 100% he'll be in. This is his third lap on the set of mediums that he has on the car. So
This guy's looking a little bit overcasty.
now that you mention it, yes, that those clouds are looking a little bit threatening. Would any of the drivers happen to have their weather radar up by any chance? Because they might want to. Also, I would love to be able to see the weather radar right now. Because it's looking a bit misty. I mean, it did this to us in the Category 2B race. It got all threatening and it teased us with rain, and then the sun came out like 2 minutes later. So
PTR's in.
all right, there we go. So GDR's done his soft tyre stint, or done a soft tyre stint. Keep an eye on him and we'll see what he comes out of the pits in. If goes in. So everyone else is doing a second medium stint, goes around again. So it's GDR and NIF that are the two people that are slightly out of sync with the others at this point. As Captain Muffin has finally made his way past Dale Teagues, he will be absolutely stoked with that.
PTR is filled up, and I expect them to be out on medium tires.
Full tank of fuel is a fairly solid indicator of that. I'd be
There you go.
inclined to agree with you.
So I'm expecting him now to do two stints of those mediums to get him home.
They'll go through. Oh, Muffin has nearly bowled a wide there at the corner I can't say nice things about.
Slap is up in the 8th from way at the back.
Bloody great effort, I would say. Though he does have a hard charging GDR behind him now, so I would anticipate that 8th may not be on the cards for too long for him, unfortunately. And he also has GDR's teammate Tombo in a very quick succession behind him, so he has not one but two blacklight McLarens to deal with in the very near future. GDR is right back on the back of that Bacchus Brewery Fusion. Well, there being the Nordschleife, not the easiest places to pass. There's plenty of ways to make up time and catch up to people, but trying to get past, very different story. And GDR will be on cold tyres, probably not quite up to temperature yet. Not up to optimal.
The other thing here too, right, is if you're right up on someone's rear end, you lose a lot of that downforce, and this track, it's dangerous the way it is on not having any downforce on the car. So most of the time, you're better off staying like, maybe just inside of a second compared to being inside 0.5 of a second. Very dangerous. On
here we go. GDR through flip plots onto the grass. Whoa, that's yeah. That was a very brave overtake. He was very lucky to not have a massive crash right there, but gets it done. Might see if we can just catch that on a different camera angle. See if we can get another look, but I think Slappers wants to. He might just have to accept being the meat in a black light sandwich at this point. So let's see if we can have another look at that overtake. Oh, just missed out on it, unfortunately. That's alright, I'm happy that my replay facility is actually working and I don't have to slap the equipment around with a shoe. It's always nice when technology works properly. Alright, so back up the front, Geesh is slowly winding things up. He's 9 seconds to the good over young Goaty. He has a 10.4 second lead over young Wacky, who's managed to get himself back to P3. Despite the earlier incident, he is back to where he started from, I guess. I mean, we've just ticked over the halfway point, and I know, I guess on one hand, he's made no forward progress, but on the other hand, he hasn't gone backwards either, so... I mean, you've got to look at the silver lining inside the cloud. Speaking of clouds, I've just noticed that the car headlights are on, which is... No, that's only... Oh no, there's a couple of cars that have them on. Scooter's Peugeot has them. Zero-turn Porsches are running no headlights. Because when the track gets dark, the headlights coming on does tend to be an indicator that the weather is going to turn particularly unpleasant. Nothing going from the Kraken Ferraris. Oh, hang on, hold up a sec. Oh no, never mind. I'm having a brain fart. It's fine. So we have just ticked over the halfway point of the race. Tombo in the TMR Blacklight McLaren having a very solid drive. He's currently sitting in P10. Within sight of Slackers in P9. Weather's still looking fairly threatening. Also kind of teasing just a little bit, like the, oh, I might rain. Oh, I might not. Ooh, but I could rain. What if I did? I think it just needs to make a decision, like it did in our previous race. I'm gonna rain, and I'm gonna rain heavy. Tombo has a little bit of a moment there. Runs a little wide, manages to gather things up. Gap between Geesh and Goat, almost out to 10 seconds. Now that sounds like a lot, but I don't know, if after 48 minutes around the Nurburgring, if I was still within 10 seconds of Geesh, I would be very bloody happy with myself.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, after 50 minutes around the Nurburgring, if I was still within 10 minutes of Geesh, I would be very bloody happy with myself. As he pulls into the pits, has 3% fuel left in the tank, so it's fairly safe to say Goatee will be joining him. Has a 1% fuel advantage, so it's helpful, but it's really not going to make that much of a dent in the 9.7 second gap, as young Wakey comes into the pits with another brilliant fuel save, comes in with 8%. Woody in with a 2%. Captain Muffin has managed to get himself ahead of Scooter 82 at some point as well. He comes into the pits as well with 3%, with a 1% advantage over Scooter. 2% down on Dale Teak, so fuel load.
GTR will go straight through, so he pitted a lap earlier.
There we go, he is on his outlap, so he is good to go this time through. He's on the medium tyres, correct?
Yes.
Rightio, so he will be going around this lap and one more, I would anticipate.
Yep.
And that'll put him on to his final pit stop for another 3-lap medium stint to get him through to the end. But critically, he has come out ahead of Goat. So what compound is Goaty on?
On the mediums as well.
Okay, so Goat's in for another 3-lap stint as well. Doesn't have the tyre advantage over GDR. So theoretically, both G-Sha and Mountain Goat will be saving their soft tyre stint for the last 2 laps.
Yes.
Which does make sense because, well, it's the math, and also it gives both of them the chance of setting a soft lap time for the fastest lap for the race.
Precious extra points.
Indeed. And in this category, every point you can get your hands on counts.
But it always feels good to take home the fastest lap.
Oh, there's also the bragging rights as well. 100% there's the bragging rights. So GDR's currently sitting in P2, but as we know, he is out of pit sync with the guys around him, having run the soft tyre a little bit earlier in the race. So interesting to see where that puts him in about another 3 laps time, I would imagine. But we will find out. A fairly solid amount of daylight between Goat and Young Wacky. It's back in P4. Nif is in P5. Also another driver who's slightly out of sync with the guys around him. Is he on the soft tyres or is he sticking with the mediums at this stage?
Nith is on the mediums, and this lap and one more.
Right. Interesting how he's gone. He went that first 2 laps on the mediums. And then since then, he's done 3 laps on them. Interesting. Maybe it was a fuel scenario over the first 2 laps. Either way, 3.9. Well, let's just call it 4 seconds back. Got Woody back in P6.
Or the other thing is too that some people can't use those softs, and yeah, just. As we saw last week with Blind Man, he never went to the softs, he just stayed on the medium tires, maybe because they don't feel comfortable on them, and like the mediums do so well here. Like we've seen the 755, so they are impressively quick. So if you feel safer on those tires, then by all means race with it.
Well, I guess the mediums, in terms of communication of how much grip you've got, they're a lot better. Whereas the softs are, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're dead.
Yeah.
Versus the mediums are like, you're good, you might want to settle down, calm down, mate, calm down, nah, alright, you're dead.
Yeah.
They give you plenty of warning that you're about to run out of grip before you exit the track backwards at a rapid rate of knots. Whereas the softs, it's a snap reaction.
Yes.
And then you flat spot them, they overheat, and then they're dead. So, I can see the driver's point when it comes to favouring the medium compound. And just keeping an eye on that gap between Nif and Woody. It's at 2.8 seconds at the moment. Checking back in the battle for P7 and P8, Captain Muffin is managing to hold station at the moment over Dale Teagues, who's 1.5 seconds behind the zero-turn Porsche. And he's got Scooter McGavin from Doghouse in the little Peugeot that could for company as well. So Dale doesn't want to put a foot out of place at the moment, because not only will that drop him a little bit further behind Captain Muffin, that will put him right into the clutches of Scooter. So the field spread at the moment over the track map is starting to get quite noticeable. Because that gap back to Tombo from Scooter is nearly 30 seconds. It's 26 at the moment. He's having a fairly consistent drive tonight, young Tombo. So an 805, 809, 806. Couple of pit laps thrown in. Nothing untoward there. I think the rough night probably goes to Heafy at this stage, sitting in P13. Just run a little bit wide coming out of Carousel onto the grass. I think that might be an accurate summary of his race this evening. Not quite gone to plan. Might just take the camera off him, as Mountain Goat is right up on the rear bumper of GDR as they come onto the Dottinger Hoe, so that is going to do a world of wonders for Goaty. That is going to give him an absolute mammoth amount of extra pace down the straight. Although, as I say that, the gap is increasing, even though the Porsche is in the McLaren slipstream. Right. See, every time I say something, the drivers just turn around and do the opposite.
Geesh with a 10-second gap now. He's just driving to perfection, isn't he?
He certainly lit the wick and decided, I'm just going to bugger off into the distance, if you don't mind. Now, I wonder if that could have potentially been some fuel saving from Goat down the straight there. Because how's his fuel situation against GDR? Although
GTR's only got one lap to go.
Yeah, that's true.
Goat's got two, so.
Yep, they're out of sync with each other, so not really a fair comparison. Right. Could be a save to make sure that he's got enough to do 2 more laps, I think Goat needs to do.
Yes.
So it's fairly safe to assume that Geesh, Goat, Wakey, Diswood are all going to pit at the end of lap 9 and take a soft compound. Woody, I'm not sure about. Being a controller user, I'm not sure what his tyre wear is like. Whether he would be comfortable in taking the soft tyre. I did hear from Bumcrack in the previous race, give us a little bit of insight into what the Ferrari is like on a second lap of the soft tyre, and safe to say a third lap on the soft is completely off the cards.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a sliver of white left over, and that'd be about it.
Yep, that's pretty much it. So Goat is right back up on the back end of that blacklight McLaren again. I wonder if he's wanting to make a move or whether he just wants to sit there and try and save some fuel. I mean, if he's going to try and catch G on a fuel save, he's going to need to save 11 seconds worth of fuel. Which, having just ticked over the 1 hour mark of our approximately 1.5 hour race, I'm not sure if that's possible. But he's certainly got the pressure turned up on GDR. Little bit of Morse code on the rear bumper. He wants to make his way past. He's showing the nose, Craig Loud style. Nothing doing. Very, very difficult section of the track to pass through here. Very, very one line. Got to show absolute commitment. That bit right there, I believe that's the between Kellenhard and Wersheifen. It's a very tricky.
Bit of a slip.
Very, very tricky section. Very easy to go wide or have a moment like young Goaty just did then.
No
So that
downforce. Makes it very tricky.
The downside of being right up the rear end of someone is you do get that dirty air and lose the downforce that some of these cars are very, very reliant on for the amount of grip they have, or in this case do not have. Can Goat make a move here in this high speed section? I have the feeling GDR is just going to put the car in the middle of the road. Nothing doing at this stage. I think the more GDR holds Goaty up here, the more it's going to work for him, because he's going to be into the pits at the end of this lap. Uh-oh. Got anything further on that?
Yeah, well, his tires were spinning and we just lost him.
Oh, the zero turn car has just had an electronics explosion. That is horrible.
Scotty beat them up.
I guess the consolation. Ooh, have we hit 75% race distance? I don't think so. I think that's about 60-something%. Being the 1 hour mark. Oh, as GDR has a massive slide. Does that open up the door for Goaty? It does down the inside. After being a new bumper sticker on the back of that TMR McLaren for 6 and a bit minutes of a lap, the opportunity for Goaty to go on past has finally come, and he's taken full advantage of it. Now, not to get anybody excited, but the headlights on the cars are on.
Yes.
Oh. So, Jish's Porsche's got the headlights on. Goaty's Porsche's got the headlights on. GDR's McLaren has the headlights on. The Ferrari lights are on. Oh, it's getting very dark out here. And it's getting very hazy, very cloudy. The lights are coming on.
Windshield wipers are going.
I see windshield wipers. Here we go. Buckle up, boys and girls. It is getting wet here at the ring. Yes, I said what I said, and I will stand by it. And here comes the rain again.
At least it's happened now before the pit. It could have been after the pit and hit. And
Oh, could you imagine that? The amount of sheer chaos that would have been unleashed.
the question is it raining on the entire track, or if it's only raining on half the track? That's the problem here as well. So something needs to look out for.
I can hear Woody screaming and cheering from here. He is going to be loving this.
Advantage to GTR because he was supposed to pit this lap anyhow.
100%. As Goaty goes around again. Oh, that is bold. That is...
Wow.
That could be a race winning or a race destroying decision. As he
up past the first line
as he goes off the track at turn 1. I kind of get the feeling I know which direction that this is going to go for Goaty. It's also entirely possible he may have missed the pit entry, as he is going criminally slow through this GP section. So what tyres does Geesh come out on? Intermediates?
Geesh is on the intermediates.
Diswood has
Diswood
found his
is
way.
going around.
He's
He's still on the mediums.
Wait, what? He's gone around again. Oh boy.
Yes.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him.
Wakey on the intermediates, I expect him to catch up to Diswood pretty quickly.
Yeah, that 6-second gap is going to come down very, very rapidly. Rightio, so we've got a very, very varied mix of decisions here in the grid tonight. We've got people on racing mediums deciding to stay out in the rain. We've got people who were scheduled for a pit stop come in for a pit stop. We had people who were not scheduled for a pit stop come in for a pit stop. How is it all going to play out?
You can see a dry line there. You can see a dry race line.
I can. There is a drier part of the track.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I would call it dry, but it's definitely less wet. Because even on that darker section, there's still a lot of spray coming up off the tyres of GDR, which we're watching at the moment. So young Wakey has made his way past Diswood. He's got himself up into P3. And Geesh is, even more critically, Geesh has managed to get his way past Goaty, who is having an absolute horror of a time on those racing mediums and the wet track. Like, Geesh has already cleared out to this tune of nearly 7 seconds. And young Wakey is hauling in time hand over fist. So on those slick tyres, there is no way Goaty can maintain any form of pace through the corners. I'm questioning whether Goaty staying out on the slicks was a conscious decision, or whether he's just missed the pit entry and didn't have a choice.
Oh, Woody has front spoiler damage and front left tire damage.
Oh, and he's about to get eaten up here by GDR, who just goes absolutely flying past with zero issues at all. See, I would have thought Woody would have made the call to jump in the pits and get some inters, because going on past performances, Woody is, without a word of a lie, he's a bit of a weapon in the wet.
Wakey up the inside of Mountain Goat.
Oh, Mountain Goat's having an absolute horrible time trying to keep that car in a straight line at this point. Now that gap back to GDR is 15 seconds. I anticipate that in about a minute's time, that'll be, well, 5 seconds. So young Wakey with an absolutely storming comeback drive after ending up back in P7, starting in third, had a drop back to 7th, is now up into 2nd place. With an absolute demonic drive. He's put his head down, he's put the bit between the teeth, throw any other cliche saying in there that you want, and he's just made an absolute meal of this race tonight.
Mountain Goat has front end damage and damage to his front right tire.
Oh, he's had a massive off somewhere very recently, and well, 1 minute later, that gap is actually 1.5 seconds. So, wow, yep, the after effects of having to run a slick tyre in the wet, and I'm pretty sure Goaty will need to pit at the end of this lap.
Yes.
As GDR just sails on by, easy as you please. Thank you very much. So the decision to stay out on the slicks not working out well for the duo of Woody and Mountain Goat, as Scooter 82 moves up into P5. He makes his way past Woody.
He's also on the medium tires.
Wait, what? So Scooter stayed out on the slicks as well.
And so did Woodsy.
Right, so he's actually not suffering too badly. Can I ask, is he running traction control?
Scooter or?
Scooter.
Scooter, no. No, he's not.
My man, running slicks in the wet, no traction control. What an absolute, I won't say that, what an absolute animal. That is, yep, 100% hats off to Scooter right now. That is...
Woodsy again with damage to his front end and his front right tire.
Oh dear. That decision to stay out on the slicks possibly coming back to haunt him. Although the sun has come back out. So
will they pit and bring on the softs for the last 2 laps?
that is the question. Do you pit and throw a set of racing softs on for the last 2 laps? But we do know from the previous race where it was wet that this track takes forever to dry. So the last 2 laps, the track will still be wet in places, in quite a lot of places. So running the softs is potentially good, potentially massively dangerous. The other danger is with a drying track and you're on wet weather tyres, you're going to absolutely tear those tyres to pieces in the last 2 laps, especially the last lap. So it's a critical strategy call that these guys have to make on the fly. So Jish has got 13 seconds back to young Wakey. He's got 13 seconds back to GDR.
If it was me, I think I'd definitely be pitting and slap those softs on, or at least a set of mediums.
Yeah, if it was me, I would definitely just pull the pin and get in there and get some softs on and try to keep the car on that drier part of the track as much as possible, because those curves will... Oh, right, Jish... Nope, Jish goes into the pits. is deciding it's not going to rain any further.
Curious to see what he fills up to. I'm expecting somewhere around
Oh, Wakey!
75.
Wakey, that could come with an invoice there. He has crossed the pit entry line. He has taken out a couple of witches' hats. So keep an eye out for a 3-second penalty for him, potentially. GDR is into the pits. Goaty would be very, very silly to not be into the pits at this stage.
Advantage to GTR with that fuel.
Oh well, he did have to pit last pit stop anyway, so I dare say he's taken the weight penalty then. So Scooter's in the pits as well, as is Woody. Dale Teets also. Niff continues on.
Wow.
He's beat.
GTR caught up on Wakey, 7 seconds in the pits.
Massive fuel advantage there for GDR. Now, I think Niff is probably going to owe us another pit stop. What's his fuel situation?
No, I expect him to make it to the end. I do expect him to make it to the end.
Oh, that's right. He did have a pit at the end of lap. So he would have stayed out on the mediums.
Yes, he did.
In the wet conditions. Okay, so this could work out very, very well for Niff because effectively he's 100% in 4th position.
Yes, with a Goaty on soft tires.
Alright, so there's 18-second gap between Niff and Goaty. Soft tyres, which are good for optimal a lap and a half. I think that decision to stay out on the mediums has hurt Goaty's race quite badly.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, like, as I so very frequently am. As there is, well, 2 laps to go. I was about to say 13 minutes left in the race, but we are doing laps tonight. We are not doing a timer. Alrighty, boys. So we've got Geesh out in front to the tune of near as makes no difference, 20 seconds over a young Wakey, who has had a very impressive comeback drive, must be said.
Yes.
To get himself back into P2 from P7. I think there will be a very happy Kraken team owner out there tonight. Although, must keep an eye on that gap between young Wakey and GDR. I'm assuming they are both on the soft compound of tyre.
Yep.
Okay, so
Softs for the top 3. Niff is on the mediums.
not surprised there with Niff. I don't think he's run the soft at all tonight. But with no tyre difference between GDR and Wakey, we'll keep an eye on that gap, which is at 5.3 seconds at the moment. We'll see how that sits. Because I think GDR senses an opportunity to get himself another step up on the podium. And he will want to take full advantage of it. Goaty's having a fairly tough time of it at the moment. It's 14 seconds down on Nif. He's got 10 seconds back to Scooter, who's having a very solid drive tonight, very quiet in terms of action. He's just got his head down, getting his job done. He's got a 3-second gap back to Woody, who's in P7 at the moment. But that gap is coming down. It's down to 2.7 seconds now. So watch this space, says Woody, because I don't see him getting back up to Goaty to get into the top 5, but taking over P6 from Scooter is definitely on the table. Fairly healthy amount of daylight between Diswood and Dale Teagues to the tune of 17 seconds. So pending disaster, I'm not sure if that gap's going to get made up. A fairly large spread getting back lower down the field. A few positions elevated here from Heafy. I think it might have been a bit of I'm not sure if it was a out of sync strategy or whether he's managed to take advantage of the wet weather, but Heafy's got himself back into the top 10. It's up into P9. Tombo having a solid result, P10.
Yeah, I expect Tom to be in again though.
Oh, really?
He's still on the racing intermediates. He's got a half a tank of fuel, and those tires are looking really awful.
Oh, right. So, yep.
Oh, he's off.
He's having a really bad time.
Yeah, blame it on the tires.
Oh, yeah, and having to pit with 1 lap to go. Oh, and he's understeered straight into the wall.
Damn it.
Yeah, look, those inters are on a mostly dry track. Yeah, they're okay for a little while, but they get very hot very quickly, and then they are very not okay. It's like driving on... I don't even know how to put it. Driving on...
Ice.
Yeah, I'll go with ice. I was going to go with petroleum jelly, but that leads down another avenue that I'm not sure. I mean, it's after 9 o'clock, but I'm not sure if we want to go down that avenue. All right, so the gap between Wakey and GDR has actually stepped out a little bit. It's out 6.7 seconds. So not sure if GDR can make inroads here. He's got just over 1 lap to make up 6 seconds. Well, as we all know, you can catch up, but overtaking is a completely different matter.
So we are on the last lap.
Top 3. We're on to the sprint
any
section.
guesses on what the fastest lap will be?
Is G-Shon the soft?
Oh, yes, he is.
I'm going to say 7:48.
I don't know if that time will just stay the same, or just might beat it by maybe 2 seconds. I'd say 7:53. Anything faster than that, yeah.
Alright, I take my guess back to a 7:49.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, nothing would surprise me if they get into the 40s.
Low fuel, soft tyre, dryish track. Yeah, it's possible. But we'll see how we go. So, Nif has got he's got 10 seconds near enough 10 seconds to GDR. And then 10 seconds back to young Goatee. Now, Nif will be on those mediums, whereas Goat will be on the softs. So Goat will have the tyre advantage for a majority of this lap, but it is around the halfway point of the second lap that racing soft tyre starts to see its downfall a little bit against a much more stable medium. So the pace differential between the compounds becomes much less noticeable in the second lap. Just trying to see if there's anyone particularly close on track, and I found them, Scooter 82 and Diswood. That gap has come down to, well, next to nothing, as Diswood is within a second. And
The advantage goes to Diswood because he's got, I would say, maybe 3 or 4% more in fuel.
Okay, so he can absolutely wring the neck of that Porsche. I think he's going to need to do that because Scooter is not the easiest person to get past. So he's got 6 minutes or so to make it happen.
Mountain Goat and Nif. When they first start off, they were 14 seconds behind Nif. Now he's only 7 seconds, so he's actually cut it in half. It's pretty good aggressive.
Wonder if Nif's had a little bit of a moment there. See if I can get a sector split from Nif and be able to tell. No, he's only 8/10 down on his best lap, so... And Goat is currently 1.5 tenths purple. Right, so Nif has not had a moment. Goatee has just absolutely got the hammer down. Speaking of having the hammer down, both Scooter and Diswood have their own respective hammers down. There's 4 tenths in it. And they are approaching the high-speed section of the circuit, which I'm not even going to try and pronounce. Sorry, no, the approaching the sector X Müller, and then onto the high-speed section of Bergwerk, Kesselschend and Klosterstahl, which is a prime overtaking opportunity here for the zero-turn Porsche. Oh, Scooter has a massive slide. That has opened the door for Woody. Gets the car alongside. Can he make the move? No, he can't. Ducks back into the slipstream. But the pressure is well and truly on as he pulls alongside again. This is a straight up drag race between the Peugeot and the Porsche. Germany versus France. France is coming out top on this one so far. It's a big change compared to 70 odd years ago. Oh, Woody's off! Woody's on the grass. Oh, he's managed to keep it in a straight line, but he's run a little bit wide there, and that has allowed Scooter to get out to 8 tenths. Little bit of breathing space for the little Peugeot.
Little Peugeot that good.
Oh, Scooter's had a lot of tyre squeal coming out of carousel. He's got that gap back up to nearly a second over Woody, so he's got himself a little space. Mountain Goat having an absolute blinder of a session here. He's got that gap to Niff down to just over 5 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough though.
As G starts heading down the last straightaway.
There we go. The look at me time down the Dottinger hole. And he is only 2/10 purple.
Yeah, but he didn't take a lot of fuel. I think he short fueled himself a little bit.
Short fuel just to consolidate the track position. But either way, he hasn't put a foot wrong here.
No.
He's got the pole position, currently sitting on fastest lap. He's looking very, very comfortable for the race win, which is double points for an endurance round. So that will do his championship hopes a lot of good, as that will help extend his lead over Mountain Goat, who's in P2 at the moment. And your winner for the Nurburgring Cat 1A endurance round is Jish for CP Motorsports. And just coming through Tiergarten right now in a very, very thoroughly deserved possible driver of the day worthy performance for P2 is Young Wacky for Kraken Esports. A lot of flashing of the lights there from the young fella. Very happy with that, I would imagine. Speaking of well fought positions, very thoroughly deserved occupant on the third step of the podium is GTR for Blacklight Motorsport. And I would say also another driver of the day worthy performance is Niff, coming home in P4. Mountain Goat just 2 and a bit seconds behind in P5, and oh, here we go, Scooter and Woody going side by side into Tiergarten. Scooter's on the grass on the inside. He's absolutely chopped it at the last second. Oh, he's been stooged. He's just been pipped to the post by Woody, who takes home P6. Scooter relegated to P7 in the dying seconds. Oh my god, drama everywhere. And in a good haul of team points for Kraken Esports is Dale Teeks, bringing home a P8. A little bit of a look at me, a cruisy, weavy drive down the Dottinger Hoe for Thunder Esports is Heafy. Little bit of a flash of the lights there, says hello. Quite possibly listening to us on the stream. I don't know how people do that. They listen on the stream while they're driving. I have enough trouble paying attention to driving when that's like the one thing I'm doing. How do people multitask? I have no idea. And he's decided death to cones, takes out the witch's hats for the pit entry, crosses a line, bringing home P9. I get the feeling our race timer might just run out before the rest of the guys cross the line, but Slappers bringing home a well-deserved P10 for Dadson Racing.
Flashing the lights. Go on, you Slappers.
Tombo just coming around Tiergarten now. He might be happy to have this race over and done with, I would imagine. A little bit sideways coming onto the main straight. Brings home P11 for Blacklight Motorsport. Seem to be spaced. Whoa, and there we go. That is it. And that is all she wrote for Category 1A, Round 5, the Mini Enduro. Rightio, we shall have a quick recap of those race results. I can find the correct screen. There we go. Me and technology, we are not always the greatest of bedfellows, but we get along eventually. So, from a complete clean sweep for round 5 for G-Shift CP Motorsports with pole position, fastest lap, and the race win. In P2, thoroughly well deserved and an absolutely brilliant comeback drive, I must say. Young Wakey for Kraken Esports. Third step on the podium occupied by GTR for Blacklight Motorsports. NIF for CP, also helping out with the CP team points for this round. A brilliant drive is NIF. P5 in a what could have been kind of situation, I think, is Mountain Goat for BSR. Welcome back to the fold for Diswood, bringing home P6 for his team Zero Turn Motorsport. Scooter McGavin for Doghouse in P7. Dale Teeks for Kraken Esports in P8. Got Heafy bringing home P9 for Thunder Esports. P10 goes to Slappers in the gorgeous Golden Bacchus Brewery Dadson entry. Tombo in P11 for Blacklight. Ebulk P12 for Symmetry. P13 for Wartime, filling in for Foss for BSR. And unfortunately a DNF for Captain Muffin in the other Zero Turn Porsche due to electrical gremlins. So very unfortunate there, but that is the way things go sometimes, I'm afraid. So while we debate our Driver of the Day nominations here, we shall have a look at the YouTube chat and see what their thoughts are. So, got one nomination there for Driver of the Day NIF, another Driver of the Day Goaty, Wakey Driver of the Day. Revs, what are your thoughts?
Well, a few mentions. The fastest lap was 7:55, and it was done on a set of medium tires, wasn't the slow, and it was also a field-safe lap. So that was pretty impressive by G. GTR doing the all-straight, came back to help him when the rain came in. He had this pit anyway, so that worked in his favor. But my fastest driver of the day would definitely be Wakey. Yes, definitely Wakey. Considering that he had problems getting into the lobby to start with, and qualifying he did well, and then just ran it all the way home quite well, actually. So my vote's to Wakey.
I was very inclined to give my Driver of the Day nomination to GDR because he put in an absolutely brilliant performance. Unfortunately for him, the one thing that pipped him on that would be Wakey's comeback from P7 back to P2. So I think that phenomenal effort gives him my Driver of the Day nomination as well. So I think between us in the comms box and the nomination in the YouTube chat, I think that gives young Wacky the Driver of the Day for this round. Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit pooped.
3 hours of streaming, almost 4, isn't it? Yeah.
It's nearly 4.5 at this point.
Well done.
But who's counting? It's been fun. Like, the time's gone fast. So it hasn't felt like 4.5 hours. I'm sure my voice will probably tell a different story tomorrow, but that's okay. I'm sure the people I work with be more than happy to hear less of my voice. They usually hear it a lot and at volume. So me being a little quieter, it should be on the agenda. Well, that was fantastic, actually. Have been thoroughly entertained by the racing tonight, and I hope that everybody watching on this stream tonight has been also thoroughly entertained. If they haven't already, if you could smack that like button and the subscribe, that would be absolutely fantastic and much appreciated. And we shall be back in... we are back next week, I do believe.
Yep, Red Bull Ring.
Red Bull Ring, right. I should probably get some
Sprint
practice done. Oh, my least favourite. Yay! I don't like sprint rounds because I'm not very good at them, but that's beside the point. But that's alright, we shall get it done regardless. So, thank you very much everyone for joining us tonight. Whoever's still around. I hope we have the pleasure of your company again next week for, as Rev said, the sprint round for round 6 at the Red Bull Ring. Another track where weather is entirely possible. So, with our weather settings being random and left completely up to the GT7 physics engine, well, who knows what could happen. So I am going to exit the comms box, stage left. Thank you all for the pleasure of your company. Thank you very much, Rebs, for being our race director tonight.
No worries.
And I'm going to have myself a hot shower and go get myself some sleep. So until next time, be good or be good at it.
Night.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around the Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1.
He goes second two! Oh my goodness!
Geesh went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes dead!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
You see that steering grip? What that do?
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface! It's a spectacular drive and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.